something's coming this way. Better hope that you're ready for one final fight. And I hear something, it's a knock on the door. A man standing to deliver a vendetta recalls that I failed, and it's clear that my reckoning's nigh. And though I try, he won't leave me this time. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I wanna first start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I wanna first start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. I wanna see a lunatic is finally lost his hold on me. And I wanna just put some lyrics there. Head rush, see I'm out on the lam without a single accusation, though I know I'm to blame. And I feel closer to the edge of myself. Health, wealth, and happiness are clouding over. Discover that when I breathe out and gaze down on these ruins of broken hearts and unhurt bodies, I'll begin to discern that if I leave these things that I learned as a child, begin to spiral in a cycle that will never recover another. Now I know that I've become something less than what I know. I know I won't be let alone tonight. I think I wanna first start. I'm running from a loveless animal. I wanna first start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. And soon she'll arrive and she's gonna bring you to your knees. Turn away from those eyes, 'cause you know she only ever leaves. Pray you won't stay the same, hold fast to those memories. When the clock strikes 12, you'll begin to delve beyond despair, or so it seems, so it seems. And everything will be fine, probably. I think I wanna first start. I'm running from a loveless animal. Yeah, I wanna first start. I'm running from a 4-foot criminal. Yeah, I wanna see a lunatic has finally lost his hold on me. And yeah, I wanna.
All right. We are live once again, day 4 of the World Chess Championship. And after a rest day yesterday, let's just remind ourselves of the results thus far. We have game 1 going to Ding, game 2 being a draw, and game 3 going to Gukesh. So we are all even Stevens, as they say. And I have some other exciting news just to kick off the stream. My merch has just arrived, so I'm doing a little bit of a test on the old underpromote t-shirt, which you can see in my little online store. I'm just getting it up and running, so go and take a look at those designs and see if there might be anything there that you would like. The material is actually really good quality. It is a bit expensive to get to wherever you are in the world, especially if you're outside of the US, but yeah, go and check it out and let me know what you think of the designs. You can definitely give me your unfiltered opinion, because I'm still in the early stage of kind of like figuring everything out, but so far I think it looks pretty good. Okay, so to start off today's stream, we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Before, we were looking at like press conferences, and we've been looking at Carlsen's reaction, but I wanted to kind of expand some of those reactions, and I found this video, which, to be honest, just irritated me. It's almost like sort of rage bait, but I thought I'd share it with you, and maybe you guys can let me know in the comments what you think of this guy probably giving, in my opinion, what might be the worst hot take in the history of hot takes. So let's listen from the beginning, and we can see what he has to say.
Chess is so freaking.
All right, hold on. Let's try that again. One more time. There we go.
Watching this is actually painful. This is a world championship match. This is 2 players of the highest caliber competing for dominance against each other on the world stage. And watching these games, I saw a recap of game 1 yesterday, and I decided to come and check out game 2 to see if it would hold more drama, if it would create something more compelling to watch. And this is atrociously boring.
Okay, atrociously boring, he says. All right, so hot takes not necessarily on potential moves or positions, but just on the World Chess Championship in general. It's boring, this guy says. Okay, I found this video, and I think he had maybe like 500 or 600 views. I'll see if I can find the source, and I'll post it. But I was absolutely shocked that you could say something like this, given the fact that the first 3 games, we have maybe one of the most exciting openings to a World Chess Championship in recent memory, and this guy's coming out saying no, it's boring. All right, he has more to say, so maybe we misunderstand him. Let's jump ahead and see if this gets any better. He goes on a little bit of a rant, which I'm going to skip through, so let's pick things up from here.
Freaking cool, but the way that it's presented like this, it's like watching paint dry. It's a shame. Like, shame is probably the best word to describe tuning in to something that should be the cream of the crop, the most drama, the most action, that holds the most anticipation. I'm watching 2 of the best chess players in the world duke it out. This is like watching 2 guys at an old folks home try to race each other in some grass somewhere. They're moving at like 0.5 mile an hour.
When I was watching this for the first time, I was actually completely shocked. I was like, what is this guy? Have we been watching the same thing? So here's what he's saying. He tuned into the first game. Sorry, there's a little bit of background noise. Hopefully it's not coming through too much. He tuned into the first game and he was like, oh, okay, this is not bad. Then he tuned into the second game, hoping that it would exceed the first game. The first game was wild, by the way. The whole fact that it was the opening round of the World Chess Championship and it was as exciting as what it was amazing. And we have had 2 decisive games in the first 3 games, which is incredible. And here we have someone probably who doesn't really know all that much about the chess world, and is looking at this game and saying, oh, this is really boring. It's like watching paint dry. I mean, I think it more is an indication of his ignorance when it comes to all things chess. But let's continue and see. Maybe he can find a way to dig himself out of this ridiculous situation.
You know, just slowly racing each other to this finish line. And you know, there's no charisma, there's no excitement, there's no peaks and valleys to any of this. There's nothing that you can invest your emotions in. I'm watching, and these announcers, God bless them, I know they know much more than I do. I know they're respected in their field. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. And you know, again, I know my opinion doesn't matter. Who am I? I'm just a guy, right? But it's just, there's nothing of interest happening here.
Understanding of the game.
They have the charisma of a waterlogged boot.
Reasonable.
Okay, that is when, like, up until this point, you know, he's giving his ridiculous hot take, but like going after the commentators, John Ludwig Hammer, one of the, in my opinion, best commentators online now. Really, really insightful, exciting at points. And I don't think there's absolutely anything wrong with either of these commentators. And again, more of a reflection on this guy's complete lack of understanding when it comes to all things chess related.
That's what's going on here. Nothing here is captivating.
Gukesh.
Nothing here holds any immediate interest. There's no hook. I'm not, the sad thing about this is that I am not being encouraged to stick around and watch. You have the people who are going to sit through this entire thing and not only watch, but actually have a vested interest in what's going on are going to be a very small group of people. Not a lot of people are going to sit through this entire thing. And I'd imagine that there's probably a portion of people who watch this stuff and actually end up going to sleep while they're watching it.
Oh, really? Really? They go to sleep. I think someone posted on Reddit, like the top viewership of like chess base India. It was like 150,000 people watching live. Oh yeah, most of those people are sleeping. They're just watching out of sympathy, according to this guy. Ridiculous.
And then they just have it playing just to support the stream. You know, I'm just gonna play it in the background to support it because I support chess and I support whoever created this broadcast. I'm a diehard chess fan, so I'm not really gonna watch it, but I may fall asleep to it. But I'm just gonna play it because I support it. I'm just gonna do my like. I'm gonna subscribe, and then I'm just gonna let it play.
It's very likely
you know,
going to be next move.
It's a crying shame, man. And maybe I'm doing the most.
Cash.
Maybe it's really not that big a deal. Maybe to chess players around the world, having their game that they love
on how to
being presented in such a boring way.
the potential.
Maybe to that community, this is normal and it's acceptable. And maybe in their own way, maybe this holds some kind of excitement.
I think like this is probably illustrates one of the biggest problems that we see with maybe newer viewers, right? Where like you watch the Super Bowl, it's super exciting, there's fireworks, you know, it's like a halftime show. Chess is not like that. In order to appreciate chess, you have to like understand the complexity. And in order to understand the complexity and depth of chess, you have to invest time into it. And like nowadays, the culture is just like, you know, you swipe on your phone because you're watching TikTok and you're engaged in that and it's all short. Come on in. Yeah. Everyone say hi to Courage. Hey, Courage. He's just coming in to sort something out. But just to finish that point, today, you know, everything is so instant. It's like instant gratification. You just get your fix really quickly, right? And with chess, it's not like that. In order to appreciate chess, you have to put in the work. And it's in many ways, it's like classical music. I spent a long time studying classical music. The first time you listen to a symphony, like a Beethoven symphony, it's kind of boring. That's, you know, full disclosure. But if you listen to it like 10, 15, 20 times, you start to appreciate the brilliance and the inspiration behind that work of art. And chess is basically no different. You're not going to get your quick dopamine fix in when you're watching a long classical game. People who watch it are passionate about it and have invested time in understanding it as a game. And if you don't like it, that's fine. Just don't watch it. Go watch something else. You know, you don't have to watch this. So anyway, let's continue.
Is slowly
But
trying to put.
I'm sorry, man, because what I'm thinking
He can move his
is that
pawn up.
wouldn't you want to try to get as many people as possible
The knight
to become,
powerfully.
for lack of a better word, to become addicted to something that you love, that you want to share? Don't you want people to look at this and immediately get hooked and immediately get so enthusiastic about immediately learning?
Yeah, so this is the thing. It's that like addiction thing, you know? If I don't get my buzz immediately, then what's even the point, right? No, well, in order to enjoy something, sometimes you need to invest in it. You're not immediately going to get a return on investment when you first start playing chess. But over time, the more you study, the more that you spend watching games and learning, the more it enhances your experience. It's not a quick fix.
More about this wonderful game and wanting to pursue it, even if it's just in a casual way. But you want to invite new people to try to engage with this game that you love consistently, with consistency. Don't you want to do that? Don't you want more people to come and spend money on your product and invest their emotions and their brain matter into the players that play your game?
At least Gukesh
Don't you want that to happen?
attempts.
This is not the way to do that.
Ding will
You would think that, again, with such a conceptually violent game, you would think they would try to kind of...
any moment.
I do understand that there's probably a level of class involved too
Right now.
with chess. Chess probably still has an aura of being like a gentleman's or a gentle lady's game, right? There's a level of class to it where it's maybe posh is not the right word, but it's posh to be boring, right? You know, I'm sitting here in my suit and I'm not saying a word and I'm not showing any emotions and I'm deliberately taking my time moving my pieces. But the problem with all that is that it's boring.
That they don't.
It's dead boring.
Okay, all right. So if it's boring, you know, like let's say, for example, I'm not really interested in badminton. I don't like badminton. I don't want to watch it. I'm posting content on YouTube. This is by far the worst hot take. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Am I being crazy? Let me know in the comment section.
in their
You are literally watching paint dry. This is that experience.
the rest you're getting sitting across
it's like it's watching a game like this. Watching this is like looking at a boulder on a cliffside, and watching, and the boulder is kind of rolling to fall off the cliff, but it has no momentum, no real momentum to actually become a spectacle. So you're watching the boulder just millimeter by millimeter just edge its way off the cliff, and you're just watching and you're waiting. You're going, okay, when's it gonna fall? When's it gonna fall? When is that cool thing gonna happen? Because the cool thing that we're waiting for is dramatic moments that lead to an epic victory.
Okay, so maybe one thing I will say, let's provide a bit of context, right? So this was recorded, like behind him, he's even covered the chessboard with his head, which I think is also another indication of like what this guy is thinking. This is the second game of the World Chess Championship, right? So the first one was a win. The second game was a draw. It wasn't the most exciting game. However, even on stream, we spent a lot of time looking at like the complexity of that position, and it was a bit of a surprise. Even Carlsen said so when Ding accepted draw by threefold repetition, right? So it was a little bit of a surprise when we saw that. And this guy, you know, his hot take is though, no, it's really boring. Well, if you spend any amount of time looking at the position and actually trying to understand what's going on and investing instead of just sitting there like this kind of leech, you know, waiting to be entertained. I mean, come on. I don't know.
That's what we're waiting for in this match. But it's like watching that boulder. When's it gonna fall? When's it gonna fall? When's it gonna fall? Oh, there it go. Oh, no. Okay, it's all right. You know, temper your emotions. You know, settle down. It's gonna fall. It's gonna fall though. We're gonna wait.
So comfy, so nice. So the players.
Who in their right mind is gonna spend that kind of time?
Maybe
good strategy.
And I guess.
Yeah.
You know, then you could ask, well, then why did you make this stupid video? If you don't like the way that this is presented, well, then why are you making this video? Honestly, because I care. Do I have any interest in learning how to play chess?
Oh, he cares. Oh, now it all makes sense. This is why he's so passionate about the world of chess. He cares so much, although he probably, you know, is. I would love to know if this guy, if I imagine he could like move the pieces around and play a little bit, but I'm probably ready to put money on the fact that he doesn't know what en passant is.
Seriously, no. Do I play chess at all? No. I have no interest in playing chess, but I think that the game is cool. So I like every so often checking out things that I think are going to be cool. And what is cooler, or what is supposed to be cooler than a world championship match, than watching two of the greatest chess players that are alive today duke it out for supremacy?
Task of this other night to go after the.
Is there is nothing more. There's nothing cooler than. There is not supposed to be anything cooler than that.
Standing in the way of the black rooks, whereas now.
I just don't understand, like, the logic of presenting something as cool as chess in such a stale fashion.
Moving.
I definitely agree that he's kind of contradicting himself at points, but yeah, it's anyway. Let's listen a little bit further
Forward.
In a fashion that doesn't really encourage you to watch.
Some
You could easily just play this and then go and cook some food.
like it's going towards a
Like I
to me
don't know.
because
I do care though, because
a lot of trades now.
I don't know. It's just genuine confusion in my mind.
I think is going to take this.
It doesn't make. You would think that someone would try to be daring, right, and become someone who,
in the center.
you know, even in something like this, why don't you have a recap while the match is going on? Why don't you have graphics of pieces slaying each other,
The white
like violently killing each other,
we can
you know? Or something like that, right? Have some electronic board, or you know that game they were playing in A New Hope and Star Wars, where they had the on the table there were the holograms and they were killing each other. Why don't you do something like that?
Oh my goodness.
king and
Or at least why not make this more exciting to look at?
Okay, you know what? It kind of reminds me of like this stand-up bit where this guy's talking about like medication and how modern medication, we put sugar around it so that kids will eat it and people will be like, oh, it's a good thing to take your medication, right? Like, you know, 20, 30 years ago, in certain parts of the world, you wouldn't need an incentive to take medication because you were desperate for it, right? Nowadays, everything needs to be incentivized. It needs to be like the whole chess experience needs to be ramped up to 11 in order for you to appreciate it. Whereas most people who like chess, they don't need that. It's exciting and interesting enough as it is because of the fact that they've spent time investing time in understanding the game. If you haven't done that, fine. That's okay. Go and do something else. But chess is not going to be like, you know, another YouTube video thumbnail where you're supposed to experience maximum entertainment. It's just so tilting.
Yeah, but
because
no
the people that love this and like to watch this,
just
those people are already hooked. When you're trying to advertise anything, what are you trying to do? You're trying to appeal,
the fact that you're part,
you know, especially when it concerns sport.
of the board.
There's a part of what you're broadcasting, what you're presenting. It may not be your total aim, but there should be a good part in what you're presenting, what you're advertising that's trying to hook new people. That's trying to get new people to come and join something that you love so much.
Okay, that I agree with. I think it's a good thing to want to be like, you know, bring in new people. But I think that like if you create like insane graphics and stuff and you try and turn it into, as Anna mentioned, like a video game, it's a disingenuous representation of chess. Chess isn't really like that. You know, if you're going to be excited about chess, just a simple board with the pieces, that's basically it. That's the whole game. There's not much more to it. So yeah, if you want more than that, then by all means go find something else that is more exciting to you. But I mean, again, the idea that he's posting this online is just pretty ridiculous. And also the timing is pretty terrible. It's like the World Chess Championship and he's coming out saying, no, this is so boring, when we've had one of the most exciting starts to World Chess Championship probably in recent memory. And Membrane Potential says, I advise this guy to go watch the Tyson-Paul match. That should be exciting for him. Definitely. Shivam Shah says, Take also is not the most exciting stream, but their content is fun. I agree. I actually like their recaps. We're gonna watch some of the content now to see Carlson's take on it. But I really wanted to start off with this because of the fact that there are lots of people doing content around this year's World Chess Championship, and not all of it is just, oh wow, this is amazing. And yeah, when I came across this guy, I just was like completely shocked. I was trying to get to his point, but I think a lot of it, as someone already said, it's just contradictory. It's really, really convoluted. I have to think of a Gotham clip. Oh, a pawn moved. Mind blown. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you all the time, Ludwig, but I am mostly stressed about getting the right information out on the app.
Yeah.
Even that, what she just said, stress.
Your job.
There is no stress whatsoever. Like there is no, again, there's no hills and valleys of an emote that comes from an emotional journey, that comes from urgent drama. This is just. It's just. Did he make a move yet? Did he make a move yet? Oh no. Oh, all right. I guess we just got to sit around then and listen to these people. Listen to these people talk. They got charismas of snails. We're just gonna listen to them talk.
Yeah, that's just rude. Like, you know, if you don't like a game, whatever. But again, he's actually just being rude now. Like, he needs to politely stop talking and turn his camera off permanently, preferably.
Did he make a move yet? No. Oh, okay.
Essentially,
he just has his head in his hands like he's had for the past 10 minutes. Okay. It's
all
just
right,
so slow.
I think that's enough of him. I don't want to start the stream off just being like in a state of rage. So anyway, let's move on to something more positive. We can actually watch the very exciting, ironically, recap of Game 3. Let's do that.
look at the
Is this a blunder by Ding?
The next 3 or 4 moves are very important. If he finds the best moves, I firmly believe he'll win.
Oh, now Ding has taken the pawn.
Wow, is that a big mistake? Ding
3
intercepts.
seconds for Ding. 2 seconds for Ding. Did he lose on time?
He loses on time.
He loses on time.
Horrible time management.
We have a lot to talk about today. Welcome to the Take post-game show. Magnus Carlsen and Levi Rosman will take us through the drama that ended up with Gukesh making a comeback in the World Chess Championship match. He is now tied with Ding Liren after 3 games. Magnus Carlsen is joining us. He's been out traveling today. Magnus, were you able to follow all the action that happened today?
No, so I've been on a flight for a lot of the day, and unfortunately there was no Wi-Fi on the flight, so I've basically just been able to get off the plane, try and check out the game as much as I can, and just get here in just in time to this recap. So it's been quite hectic, but it was definitely an interesting game to look through, and I've been able to sort of, I think, formulate some hopefully interesting thoughts about the game still.
Look forward to it. We're also going to bring in Levi Rosman, Gotham Chess. I just watched your recap of Game 3, Levi, and you also get quite excited around the time where Ding loses on time. What was your instant reaction to this result?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say I was excited. I would probably say more, I don't know, it's like a mix of emotions. Disappointed, but yet somehow not completely unexpected. It happened in the last World Championship match. And like, I can tell you, I would like to think I would never lose a classical game on time, just because, like, how can you? You have no time left. You just have to make a move. And if you lose on the board, you lose on the board. But yeah, I think there were a few critical moments in the game for sure. And yeah, the match immediately goes back into the momentum of Gukesh.
Yeah, it's great for the spectators that they now are tied with 11 games to go. Let's jump into the games, you guys. So we started with a Queen's Gambit declined. What did you think of the opening here, Magnus?
Yeah, so it's kind of is a natural evolution of what I talked about in our last recap. So in 2019, or sorry, in 2018, but I mostly played it in 2019. I prepared all sorts of like what I called hardcore D4, which is basically to play knight c3 and move 4 and allow all the different variations that black can play in the Queen's Gambit. By the time the World Championship in 2021 came around, what we call like the D4 Berlin, with the move c5 after knight c3 had appeared. It was first played, I think, at top level by Wesley So against me in the Champions Chess Tour in late 2020, and honestly, it's pretty much killed the move knight c3 as a sort of a serious attempt at an advantage. And so I played the Catalan in that match in 2021, and this is sort of a natural evolution that we are now so desperate that we actually take on d5, not playing one of the natural moves. Like cd5 is like objectively just a positional mistake compared to the others. It's just that the others have been analyzed to the extent that they're almost unplayable. So I've played this as well. I know that others have, but it's just a testament to where we are at, where it really is desperation time.
Wow. All right, Levi, can you also bring us forwards in this game to the moments where it started to heat up this game?
Absolutely. And also, I will say, I spoke to Fabiano Caruana 11 months ago, and that was in Toronto for the Champions Chess Tour finale. And he said the same thing. So it's good to hear nothing has changed or improved in a year. The chess is basically just like, any standard government. And he also told me, like, this is the Berlin, so to speak, of the Queen's Gambit, which is pretty harrowing if you think about it, that Grandmaster chess in certain positions as early as the fourth move is basically dead, especially in classical chess, when even if your rating is 250 points apart, if your memory is good and you've got a cloud computer, which now people have access to for pretty cheap, you can sort of solve openings. And yeah, that is why people are capturing on d5. It led to a fresh position in this game. I would say the game, heated up is kind of, it felt like this game didn't heat up. It felt like somebody left the house and there was a boiling pot of water on the stove, Like it was hot for like 4 moves, and then it was just, you know, the house was sort of on fire. Maybe move 13, right? Because on move 13, the game had followed one previous game, which was Vladimir Kramnik, now, you know, both famous and infamous, and Arjun Erigaisi. And Ding found the quote-unquote best move, and a few moves later actually had an advantage. And I personally wanted to hear Magnus's thoughts, because game 1, we said, you know, Gukesh didn't have a great performance. In game 2, he was sort of maybe let off the hook with the draw. Magnus, when you see like move 15, 16 of this game, let's say after Ding plays like rook g8, g5, knight h5, and actually has an advantage, it's still nothing particularly impressive for Gukesh, right? Like I felt Ding was in total control until this 18th move, rook h5. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the opening was definitely a success for Gukesh in the sense that you got a playable fresh position that is not better, but it's not obvious how you should reply as black. So that was a success in itself. And Ding, I guess, sort of did what he did in the first game, is that he initially responded quite well, spent a lot of time, but responded really well. And g5 by Gukesh is, I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. For me, that's a positional mistake. I think this rook g8, first of all, rook g8 was a really nice move for Ding, but still, if you attack the bishop, you force the pawn pushed by black, then the pawn is a little bit weak. There are sort of concrete options there for white. There are also concrete solutions for black, but that felt like the most promising. I don't know what sort of I heard that Gukesh missed the move bishop e7 after that, but it's not about that. Let me just make like a really stupid move instead. So instead of the move rook to h5, which is both probably bad and also really impractical, even if you don't play bishop e7, which I guess is the best move and just gives black an edge, just retreating the bishop, going back to f5, allowing e4, putting the bishop on the safe square, and challenging white to find a single weak point in the black position. And it feels like white has extended his position to sort of the point that he can, but there really isn't anything to attack. You have easy moves like bishop e7 as black developing, protecting the pawn on the queen side with a6, and black is just rock solid. And I would take black there any day. The white knight on d2 is terrible as well, and is just, you know, you've created very serious weaknesses by making the move g5. Yes, you've made the advanced e4 possible, but you haven't really achieved much at all. And so I guess Ding was sort of in the mode there where he'd played rook to g8, the rook back to h8, all of that. He was looking to find a concrete solution, but I really don't know what he missed there, because rook h5, it's not like white can play passively, like he has to go e4. And yeah, then after that, to be fair, Gukesh was really in his element. And when the play gets concrete like that, he shows that he can actually play very, very accurately. So that was impressive, but yeah, that was inexcusable by Ding.
Okay, now we reach a situation where it's really getting complicated and difficult for Ding. And eventually he runs out of time. And he still had like 4 moves to make to reach move 41 when his clock ticked down. So what does that tell us, Levy, about how Ding was doing in this game? Like he couldn't find the move simply.
Yeah. No, but I mean, there was one really, really crazy moment. His position's already difficult, but if we go to move 31, on move 31, when he retreated his king backwards 1 square, he spent 5 out of his remaining 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I would have done better in this game, but what I am saying is if I have 6 minutes to make 10 moves, I will not spend 5 of them on king e8. I mean, you just have to force yourself to make a move there. Now, the question that I have for Magnus is, are people overhyping the fact that he flagged, or is flagging a really bad sign, both in terms of, just pure time management and chess, but also psychologically? Like you're knocking over a piece and running out of time, and you're in a totally lost position. Is it overhyped, or is it just a very bad look?
Yeah, it's, I guess, a bit of both, but it's not great, obviously. I think what was probably frustrating Ding and making him use so much time over his last few moves is that he feels like he should have some compensation, because his pieces are all on really, really beautiful squares. The problem is that he has one less of them, and he cannot really improve his pieces while Gukesh is doing a really good job of improving his pieces move by move. And once the board sort of opens up, his bishop pair will reign supreme. So I think it was just kind of frustration for Ding there. But yeah, he did this in the last match there as well, sort of sitting idly by while he lost some time. And it's certainly not what you want to see from him if you're a Ding fan.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Magnus, of this time control where there's no increment until move 41? Is it good for chess?
100%. I know that FIDE, especially Sutovsky, was pushing for having the most boring time control basically you can have, which is 140 plus 30 from move 1, and then 50 plus 30, like basically have increment the whole game. It's basically like still a 7-hour time control, but having the increment from move 1. But I think like we need sort of the drama we can get, and the way that I look at it is that adding increment from move 1 simply allows you to have poor time management. So it adds like another layer of just another way to make the game more drawish and boring, really.
Definitely, I agree with that. All right, guys, we're going to head over to our live coverage shortly. The players should be arriving in a moment. Let's see if we've got anything from the FIDE channel. They look like they're about to go live in 8 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at what the markets are saying. Let's head over to Poly Market first. 29% chance of Ding winning, which is really interesting. So what we had before the game, it was all the way down just before, well, I guess just before the World Chess Champion started. It started at 24% for Ding. After he won the first game, naturally it jumped all the way up, actually at its peak, to 52%. And if I'm not mistaken, at one point during the third game, this was this peak over here, it was up, it says 50%. I think it was actually up to 55%. And then there was an almighty collapse. And right now, Ding's chances stand at around 30% to win the overall World Chess Championship, which is actually up from beforehand. And I think what's being factored in now is that the bookmakers are realizing, well, Ding still has a fight in him. It's not going to be quite as straightforward. So we'll see if they're right on that one. And that is why they've given him slightly higher odds, even though things have really not changed in terms of the scoreline from what we saw before, because the players are equal. Let's head over to the chess subreddit and take a look at the some of the top stories on the front page of our chess. Ghost Sleep says, thumbnail lol, thank you. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed the thumbnail. So far, a little bit of update of the thumbnails. What have we had so far? We had Bruce Lee. Then we had the Star Wars ones. We've had Harry Potter today. If you have any ideas for thumbnails, please do leave them in the comments and I will seriously consider them. Okay, so here, the highs and lows of chess. We've got a really happy looking Ding Liren. This was after the first game. And the third game is quite the opposite. And man, you can imagine why chess and really professional sports at the top level, when you're playing these longer matches, there are really some big highs and lows, and it must be tricky for the players to be able to deal with that. Oh yeah, Mr. Bond, that was the other one. I forgot about that. Okay, we've also got this interesting picture. This isn't really to do the World Chess Championship, but a former World Chess Championship. This picture with Vladimir Putin and Anand and Carlsen, how things have changed since then. Pretty wild. I do believe there's some more things relating to Kramnik, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, this is Carlsen's quotes. If you cannot figure out 40 moves in 2 hours, then that's just poor time management. That's what he was referring to earlier when he was speaking about the time controls and how 1 hour 40 minutes as a starting time with a 30-second increment is actually more boring than just 2 hours without an increment, because that 30 seconds prevents the drama from unfolding in the way that we saw in the third game. And I agree, 100% makes a lot of sense. So you need to sort it out. You need to sort out your time management, and hopefully Ding can figure that out today. We have a really interesting upset over here. 2205 rated Matthias Schundi, blue 2590 GM Benjamin Bock off the board in round 1 of the US Masters, because of course the US Masters are on now as well, so you can keep an eye on that. And a couple of other things, nothing massively relevant to the World Chess Championship. So we'll head over to the live coverage and see if the players are at their boards yet. Nope, 5 minutes still. So let's head over to our analysis board.
He's down serious time right now
with the white
and it's not
pieces,
just the clock.
and we'll see.
The board
if, sorry, let me just get rid of that. We'll see if Ding decides to do something exciting on move 1. So far, I think we had 1 e4. It is possible that he could play d4. There's obviously lots of different options for him playing with the white pieces. But maybe what we can do with the 15 minutes that we've got left, head over back to Carlsen's thoughts on the game, and then we'll pick things up as soon as the players arrive in the playing hall.
And makes you like mask even more of your deficiencies. Not only is it classical and in long time control, but you're not even going to be punished for poor time management. I think that's making it way too soft on the players. So I'm really happy that they're doing they're doing it this way. Yeah, I mean, if you cannot figure things out in 2 hours for 40 moves, I mean, guess what? That's just poor time management. Like, I'm guilty of it myself sometimes, but it's on the players, and we should not make it easy for the players. I think in a world championship.
Okay, cool statement. We do have a couple more moves in the game before it ended, and Ding was also definitely lost in the position when the game was over. What do you guys think of Gukesh today and his play?
Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought he, like Magnus sort of said, he got a fresh position in the opening. He had obviously a sizable time advantage, but yeah, he could have been more severely, let's say, punished for the move g5. And if Ding had played a little bit better, even just simply retreating the light squared bishop, we could be having a totally different conversation. So I don't know if you can say the entire game was dominant, because that was a big chance given to Ding, but like Magnus sort of already summarized, After that, Gukesh played great, and he played quite practically. He put some pressure on Ding on the clock, even if he didn't have exactly a concrete plan to win it. But he you know, it was sort of won for him by Ding's time management. I don't think Gukesh can be too upset about that.
Mm-hmm. To sum up, Magnus, was this a good game? Was it a good game to follow?
No, I mean, objectively, this was not a good chess game.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's as simple as it was good preparation from Gukesh. And yes, Ding did reply well to it. Gukesh did not follow it up well. He was worse, and judging by the comments he made later, he also misjudged the position. But there was an encouraging sign in that when he got the chance, he was ruthless.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like, as a Gukesh fan, that's the takeaway that you get, that once he was in that position, it seems that the nerves were gone, and he was ruthless. So it seems that his evaluations are, you know, and his play in general are still, they still leave a lot to be desired. But he was able to punish a very vulnerable Ding with excellent calculation. So that's good. But no, was it a good game by World Championship standards? No, it was not by any means.
Yeah, and I get that by Carlson. I mean, that's definitely true in terms of the quality of play. However, it was very, very exciting to watch. And in many ways, that's probably what matters more. No one's perfect. There are going to be mistakes that are made. But from a viewer's perspective, I don't know. I had a blast on Wednesday. I thought it was really cool.
I've got a quick question for you. So can we just unhighlight the board there, the final position? I want to get a sense of, obviously, the final position's completely lost. But if we back up a little bit, like to, let's say, move 29, Magnus, what is the maximum elo of opponent that you would save this as black? Like, what is the minimum number of elo that white has to have to convincingly convert this against you with the white pieces? My point is, I'm trying to get an understanding, not just of your strength, but of how bad is this position truly for black?
Yeah, it's a good question, Levy. As I said, my first impression looking at this position, maybe not here, let's say 3 or 4 moves before, was that, yeah, if you get this position, yeah, this is a good position before the move rook to h2. I would be thinking, like, based on first glance, that I should be able to save this against anybody, like, probably rated, anybody rated 2600 or less. I should have a very good chance to save it.
Jeez, that's insane, because it's such a bad position. But yeah, that just shows you Magnus is the real GOAT. Let's head over to the live coverage. We've got the board and the players getting ready to take a seat, expecting to see handshakes shortly. And just 10 minutes now until the start of the World Chess Championship Day 4's coverage, yesterday being a break day. And today we're kicking things off, Ding with the white pieces. It's going to be interesting to see strategically what kind of approach Ding goes for. Is he going to be comfortable accepting a draw again with the white pieces? Bearing in mind that the first game, it was Gukesh who had the white pieces and Ding won with the black pieces in that game. So he is yet to win with the white pieces. It'll be very interesting to see if he comes out aggressive today, wanting to win. What kind of approach he takes with the opening. Does he find some novelty early on? Kind of like what we saw, except in the first game he had the black pieces. So he might be going for something a little bit more aggressive. Only time will tell. But for now, we are just waiting on things to kick off. We've got all of the analysis boards, the live board set up, and I'm very happy to do my little plug. I've finally got some of my merch. We have the Under Promote t-shirt there, where I don't know if you guys can see really well. Let's see if I can zoom in. There we go. Yeah, Really happy with the design. Let me know what you guys think. I've got two designs that I'm kind of fiddling with. But basically, it's just black to move, and the idea is that the pawn steps forward, and instead of promoting to a queen, it under-promotes to a knight, forking the queen and the rook. That's the idea. It's like a little tiny puzzle. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with the design for that. And if you'd like to check out any of the merch for this design, relating to this design, you can go to the store tab on my channel, Blitz Breakdown Chess, which presumably you're already on now. So 8 minutes before we kick things off. The players are yet to arrive. Usually they arrive, in some cases, like just very, very shortly beforehand. I mean, usually 3 or 4 minutes. I think in the second game, Ding arrived first, and then in the third game, they kind of arrived together. So we might see that happening. Shivam Shah says, do you also follow cricket? Yes, I'm a huge cricket fan, of course. Like many South Africans, we are rugby nation. We are a cricket nation. Unfortunately, our team's cricket results have been left a lot to be desired. We don't quite have the same firepower as the Indian national team, but yeah, hoping one day that we can actually win a cricket World Cup, but I've got a feeling it'll be a while still. But yeah, huge cricket fans. I imagine, Shivam, that you're also a cricket fan. Oh, I did actually just see that you sent me a friend request on my chess profile. I will accept that. If you guys want to connect with me on chess.com, you can find my my profile, blitz_breakdown_chess. You can add me and I will definitely accept you as a friend. And maybe we can even play a game or two at some point. Oh, South African up against Sri Lanka. That's interesting. Yeah, I did see something about that. I wonder, is that happening today? I've been so focused on the chess that I haven't really actually paid attention too much. Oh, wow, it is. Okay, it's a test match. 27th of November to the 1st of December. We were all out for 191, and Sri Lanka were all out for 42. Wow, that's incredible. I did not see that score. All right, so we've got a pretty comprehensive lead. That's good news. Hopefully I won't have to watch that as well. All right, we do have Gukesh arriving in the playing hall. He's about to take a seat on his $1 million chair. Got some media there trying to get a good picture of Gukesh when he's in his Zen mode. And I'm sure Ding should be just around the corner. Gukesh just getting comfortable, making sure that everything is ready. Playing with the black pieces today. And now Ding arrives. Morris Ashley's also there just to introduce the players, get things kicked off. We have handshakes. What handshake will we go for today? Let's do this one. All right, back to the live players. Morris Ashley introducing. And some dignitary will probably come in and make the honorary first move with the white pieces. Quite exciting to see exactly what Ding goes with the white pieces today. Does he play? It's probably going to be between e4 and d4. I don't, but sometimes I find Morris very annoying. Oh yeah, I don't know. I actually think, you know what's really interesting? People often don't realize how old Morris Ashley is. He's like 50. I don't know. Is he in his late 50s? He's getting on. When you look at him, he looks like he could be anywhere between the age of like 28 and 50. But yeah, I think he can be quite an exciting commentator. If you listen to some of the commentary from the 90s. Him and I think it's Daniel King. The two of them were quite a great pair, and they did commentary for some of the Intel Rapids, which was really engaging. Yeah, he can be, I don't know, sometimes a bit hit and miss as a commentator, but generally I don't mind him. All right. Just announcing the players right now. I wonder if it's possible to bring up the volume.
First. The challenger from India,
Winner.
Gukesh Domaraju.
Woo! Crowd goes wild.
And the world champion from China, Ding Liren. The match is currently tied at 1.5 1.5. The players have played fantastic fighting chess, regaling fans, millions of fans around the world with their fighting spirit, with their determination. And this match, this much anticipated match, has truly lived up to its billing. We have had a treat so far. And we have a special treat today. 2 trailblazers, role models, mentors, and ambassadors of the sport who will make the ceremonial first move. First, she made history in 1993 when she became the first woman from Asia to gain the title of Grand Master. She is currently a FIDE vice president and the president of the Chinese Chess Association. In 2019, she was inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame. She is a 4-time women's world champion from China, Grandmaster Jie Shun. And from another chess superpower, he is currently deputy president of FIDE. In 1988, he became the first man or woman from India to gain the title of Grand Master. He is a 2-time World Cup winner, and he is almost single-handedly responsible for inspiring a generation of Indian superstars as they have scaled the mountaintop of world chess, including one of players here today. Indeed, a great talent, following in the footsteps of this man, a 5-time world champion from India, Vishwanathan Anand.
Ooh, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I want to see some action. All right, we're waiting. Waiting on the ceremonial first move. About to kick things off. All right.
With that, let the game begin.
Woo, let's go. Game 4. All right, everyone. Knight to F3 on the board. We've got the Reti. Very cool. Players shaking hands. Starting the clock. We have the Reti followed by D5. Knight to F3, very versatile move. Can transpose into many other moves. Queen's Gambit, Catalan in some cases. Lots of options when you play Knight F3. A little bit exciting. We're expecting, I guess, E4 or D4, but we don't have that on the board. And this might come as a little bit of a surprise to Gukesh. We will see. He already is not just blitzing out moves. I think he is taking a little bit more time, considering that we have seen knight to F3 from Ding. What we'll do to kick things off is get the poll running, just to see what you guys think. I mean, it is completely equal. Of course, the bookmakers think that it is Gukesh who has the big advantage still, even though we have an equal scoreline. But what's more important is, what do you guys think? Who do you think is going to win today? You can let me know in the vote section. I'm going to put up a poll now, and you can tell me what you think. Who will win today? Oh, that's a Q&A. I want a poll. Ding! Exclamation mark. Ding or Gukesh. In today's thumbnail, Ding Liren, Harry Potter, Gukesh being, who was it? Snape. Who was kind of, I still can't remember if he was the good guy or the bad guy, but definitely in the early movies, he wasn't the good guy. All right, we have knight, what is that? Knight to F6 on the board. Okay, let's just get this up to date. Interesting. Also, quite a versatile move, knight to f6. Wow, and now we have b3. b3 is very interesting. With the intention of fianchetting the bishop on b2. Going for a Nimzo, I believe it is, with the white pieces. Ding is going for the bong cloud. Hey, Mark Allwood is here. As long as there's no draw, I win $200. Okay. Oh, man. Ding is going for the bong cloud opening. That would be most epic if we saw king to e2. If you put your money on that, I can guarantee you would not get a cent back. All right, so what do we play here with the black pieces? Bishop to f5, c6, c5, lots of options here. Bishop to f5, just bringing this bishop out. And it's quite interesting to see that, you know, in the first couple of games, we did notice that Gukesh was absolutely speeding out of the gate when it came to the opening. There were a couple of exceptions where he took a little bit of time, but really things have changed quite a bit in this game. And I think a big part of that is the fact that we've seen the Reti and we've seen b3, which might well have caught Gukesh slightly off guard, especially considering he is taking a little bit of time here to consider what his next move will be. Candidate moves include bishop to f5, c6, or c5 even, moving that c pawn 2 squares forward. And obviously at some point, Ding is going to want to play bishop to b2, develop his remaining minor pieces, and get castled. Yeah, b3 is certainly a surprise. Okay, I just need to keep an eye on my computer, make sure it doesn't overheat. Kanishk is here as well. Welcome. Great to see you, Kanishk. Hope you're having a good day. And welcome to Mark Allwood, Anna, Shivam, everyone who's joining in the chats. Membrane Potential, some regular names. Great to have you guys here today. It's going to be exciting game 4. And it looks already like Ding has changed things up by playing this somewhat surprising, but not completely out of the realm of possible b3 move. Instead of something maybe more conventional like d4, he's gone for b3. And this is no doubt why Gukesh is taking a little bit of time. Helga, which I really would not say that particular name by its first name because that is actually my mom. So mom, welcome. Nice to have you in the chat. Yeah, Gukesh definitely deep in thought here. Things are still obviously out of this opening. Really nothing to pick between the two players. But as you can see, a move like b3, the little edge that white has when you play some of the more mainline moves, that is kind of discounted somewhat when you play a move like b3. The engine really says that there's nothing to choose between these two positions, whether you're playing white or black. And typically, white wants to play something a little bit more solid to make sure that edge, you know, the opening advantage of being able to move first, that you maintain that edge with the white pieces. And Ding has played a move that takes away that edge. But what does he get in exchange for that? Is he gets surprise value. He gets the potential to get Gukesh out of book quickly. And in a more meaningful way, a chance at winning. Remember, $200,000 US when you win. The players are incentivized to try and get out of book quickly, to try and play these moves that are not maybe what you would expect in order to fight for a win. Ding is playing Nakamura's Blitz repertoire now. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, if he was playing Nakamura's Blitz repertoire, then we might well have seen a Bong Cloud. For those of you who don't know, the Bong Cloud is the most insane move in chess where you move your king in front of your bishop. Which, say, for example, here after knight to f6. If you played king to e2, immediately your advantage with the white pieces would evaporate and black would almost always convert. Well, not necessarily. I mean, we saw some exciting games, but in a classical game, you'd expect already black just to say, okay, I gotcha. But not something that we would expect to see in a game like this. We do have a move. Okay, we have one of the ones that we looked at, bishop to f5. Bishop to f5 on the board. And now what's interesting, instead of playing bishop to b2, you can also play bishop to a3. That's another way of developing this bishop. And bishop to a3 is a little bit of a pesky move because of the fact that at some point you would like to move this e-pawn forward in order to develop your dark square bishop, but now it's ill-advised because you'll be able to capture this bishop, and whichever way black takes, now the possibility of castling kingside is removed. Okay, we don't have bishop to a3. Instead, Ding opts for bishop to e2. Another sensible move, developing the light square bishop and now opening the possibility of castling kingside, which is probably what I would expect at some point. All right, couple more moves. We have h6 on the board, and unfortunately, okay, now we've had the openings update. At some point, for some reason, the opening repertoire on chess.com's database wasn't loading, but now we have a little bit of an idea. And we can actually back up a few moves and see at which point things started to deviate in terms of expected games. So here in particular, bishop to f5, it's an engine move, but not really a move that is played all that frequently at the highest level. And again, bishop to e2, now we're just down to 13 games that have reached this particular position. h6, and now we have the move that we expected, bishop to a3 on the board, and only 5 games have reached this position. Out of those 5 games, 25% of them have resulted in a win for white, 25% a draw, and 50% have resulted in a win for black. Actually, I'm mistaken. So there are 6 games. 2 of them resulted in a win for white. 1 resulted in a draw, and 2 resulted in a win for black. And the most common move in this position, knight b to d7, just developing this knight. And then white would most frequently follow up with c4, or you can also castle here. So already a very surprising opening where after just 6 moves, we're out of mainline theory. We're into some pretty obscure territory in terms of games that have been played before. Yes, they have reached this position, but when you're talking about just 5 games that have reached this position on move 6, already that is not usual. That is not normal. And still illustrating this point of the fact that the players are going for it. They're not wanting to play 20 moves of theory of, you know, the Queen's Gambit declined or whatever it may be. They're trying to get into exciting territory. They're trying to play for a win, which is good news for us. All right, let's take a look at the comments. Ding wins 3 more zeros than I do if it's not a draw. Nice. Oh yeah, 3 more zeros. I see what you're saying. So you get what? $200. He gets $200,000. Yeah, that makes sense. The top game is Wesley So and Anish in this line. Yeah, so it's not to say that these lines are bad. Definitely not. It just means that they are not well worn. They're not tried and tested. You know, if we had, say, 100, 200 games that have reached this position, we might be sort of more inclined to say, okay, yeah, this is, you know, something that people have clearly looked at and played, and there's a lot of known theory around it. But when you get just 5 games, that's where things are really exciting in chess. Okay, so instead of knight b to d7, you also have something, another move is just supporting the d5 pawn by playing c6. Makes a lot of sense. And in this position, it's very, very likely that white would just want to castle. and then knight b to d7. So maybe this is more of an order thing that we might find. We sort of transpose into something maybe more familiar, which is also a possibility. Here you can actually play c4, just challenging the center. Something that you kind of see almost in like the Queen's Gambit line is putting that pawn on c4, allowing it to be captured. But of course here you can capture back, so it's not really anywhere near Gambit territory, but still a move that can be played. And I guess a question that white is asking of black is saying, well, what are you going to do with this bishop? Are you going to play something like e6? Now, it is different if you play e6 because of the fact that when you capture, you don't need to disrupt the castling potential because of the fact that the knight on d7 can recapture the bishop on f8. And thereby preserving the right to castle, and say if you develop at some point that knight, then you can very comfortably castle kingside. But it's a question, right? It's something that they need to consider. So it's looking like Ding is playing for a win. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, look, this isn't very risky yet, but the fact that he's gotten out of conventional theory so quickly suggests that he's certainly prepared something and he wants to play for a win. So the position as it stands, still waiting on Gukesh to decide what he wants to do. We haven't looked at the analysis. So the analysis also includes actually e6 now. So you can play e6. Interestingly, I would immediately, if you did play e6, just capture. And now king captures is a possibility. And I mean, the engine seems to think this is fine. There's nothing wrong with this from black's perspective. I don't know if I'd be comfortable playing this. Just because of the fact that when you're playing a line, unless you've looked at it, when you're playing a line that is not super common, it stands to reason that you'd want to stick to fundamentals. At least that's what I would be thinking. But again, these guys are playing at such a higher level that they might be well aware that there's completely nothing wrong with giving up your castling rights with the black pieces. But yeah, for me, I would probably want to avoid this. And I think the sense of playing a move like knight b to d7 certainly stands. Yeah, king captures. Yeah, it's not completely crazy. It's a little strange, but yeah, it's not completely insane. I think the problem you have when you do play this way is that you're kind of saying, okay, well, how exactly am I going to get the rook on h8 into the game? At some point, you might be considering playing a move like g5 and then sort of artificially castling, bringing the rook around. That would be okay. But again, it just removes options. But Gukesh might be comfortable with this. We'll have to wait and see exactly what he does. But yeah, those are the three candidate moves. Knight b to d7, c6 or e6. c6 supporting this pawn, and e6 just offering this exchange, which is very, very likely what we'd expect black to exchange. But yeah, I think I would be a little bit surprised if we saw this. Okay, king to g8, king to h7 also looks okay, but my times as a London player are over. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting to see what Gukesh does. And already, I mean, looking at the clock, we have a situation where Ding seems to have achieved one thing out of the opening, and that is to get Gukesh thinking and get him out of book. We do have a move on the board, and we have one of the moves that we expected. We have knight b to d7. Why do we say knight b to d7? Because of the fact that there's another knight that could also go there. So for the case to avoid ambiguity, you need to say knight b to d7 instead of knight f to d7. All right, so now with white to move, let's go back to the openings and take a look at the few moves, the few games that have reached this position. Castles, we looked at c4 briefly, and we also can play d4. And d4, I mean, there's not really too much to say about d4 except for the fact that, very importantly, it controls the center. It feels like d4 needs to be played at some point. The question is whether Ding is okay playing that now. And interestingly enough, now black would probably respond with e6. Bishop takes f8, and now knight takes f8 is the move that we calculated and would be expected because of the fact that the king is no longer obligated to screw up castling rights because the knight's there. And after this knight develops, you can castle kingside if you choose to. All right, so yeah, d4 looks solid. I think d4 would probably be what I go for if I was playing this game. d4, c4. So those are the games that have been played so far, but what does the engine say? The engine actually likes all of those moves too, which is not surprising. Seeing that these openings have been played. I'm kind of curious if it's possible for me to see in the database who were the people that played these games. Interesting. Yeah, not super high rated as far as I can tell. There's 1 or 2 games where players, Norderbeck played this, it's 2700. But most of the sample is from players that are below Grandmaster level, which is interesting. D3 also possible. Oh yeah, D3. D3 makes sense. What's the point of a move like D3? If we play D3, you're controlling the E4 square, and maybe also later on you can prepare pushing E4. And also D3 is much more versatile because it's not like committing yourself. You can still always play D4 later on, but it's just preventing black from getting that knight outpost on E4. What do you think would be the goals, ideas of the two sides in this opening? Yeah, I think, look, for the time being, it's more just about sort of focusing on development. In terms of where, say, an attack is going to come from or an advantage is going to come from, I almost feel like it's a little too early to say. We do have castles on the board. Also, a move that isn't like hugely surprising, but a good move. E6 and C5 are the two candidate moves here. C5 is quite interesting and was played in one of the 2 remaining games. So there's 2 games that have reached this position. One played E6 with the black pieces, the other played C5 with the black pieces. Add black tries to make as many useful moves as possible. Definitely. Yeah, I think I get the sense that there's going to be quite a big fight for the center in the next few moves. Black would love to really press and take control, playing moves like C5, maybe E6, and just contesting for the center because of the fact that white has been a little bit more passive than you might normally expect. This is why when we have moves like E4 and D4, white is really out of the gate trying to control the center, and it's black's responsibility to challenge that. But right now, it's not the case for Gukesh, which means that there's an opportunity for him to take control of the center with a move like C5. Yeah, G5 looks like the kind of move that white wants to provoke. Yeah, definitely. A move like G5 is always going to be dangerous, especially if, for example, black chooses to castle kingside. And this is something that you're always watching out for, because once you move these pawns in front of the king, the risks associated with getting checkmated and your opponent being able to potentially bust things open with, say, a pawn storm on the king side or even a piece sacrifice become much more of a concern when you're playing with the black pieces. But I don't think it's likely that Gukesh will play a move like G5. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. All right, so we do have a move from Gukesh. He's actually gone for e6, which is interesting. And now the engine likes bishop takes on f8, which is exactly what we get on the board. Bishop takes f8, and now we're expecting knight to take on f8. But interestingly enough, the engine doesn't think there's all that much difference in capturing with a knight or capturing with a king, but very unhuman to take with a king. I think knight captures is a much more natural move, allowing options for black. And so far, things are completely equal. Only one game reaching this point. Let's see if we get out of into new territory on this next move. With white to move, c4 was the move that was played in that lone remaining game, and we don't have any deviation yet. And interestingly enough, we've actually transposed into a position where there's another game now. So instead of just one game, there are two games that have actually reached this position. This is something that happens in the database, where it's like, oh, there's only one game, but then the players basically play an opening where the move order is different, but arrives at the same position later on, which is quite interesting. Okay, so the two games that reach this position, c6, makes sense, just maintaining control of the d5 pawn, supporting that d5 pawn, or alternatively, knight to d7, knight 8 to d7. So just moving this knight back. After capturing the bishop on f8. Can you check if Nakamura has blitz games in this line? I don't actually have access to blitz games necessarily. The opening database, I think it just shows classical games of master level. But it's completely possible that in fact, I would say probably likely that Nakamura and other strong grandmasters have reached this position just from the sheer volume of chess that they've played. Okay, so if not... Oh, we actually have this on the board. So now it's ding to move again. One interesting thing that I'll say also is that Gukesh, after taking a little bit of time in the opening, he has been playing the last few moves quite quickly. Almost as if maybe initially he was trying to remember some theory that he studied with this line. And he might have kind of just clicked with what that was, and all of his theory preparation relating to this particular line is maybe starting to come back now. All right, so ding with the white pieces to move. What do you do here? C takes D is fine. Queen to C1 is another move. Just saying that, okay, if you capture this pawn, I've got a little bit more protection on it, and also critically getting onto the dark squares, which you can see if you look from white's perspective, there's like a little bit of a problem with the dark squares being traded off. And whenever there's a hole in the dark squares, it's worth trying to get your queen to almost replace what the dark square bishop would have been doing if it was still on the board. So yeah, queen to c1 may seem a little bit strange, but I think that might be part of the reason why. Knight to c3 is also a move. That's quite a natural move, I think, developing the final undeveloped minor piece, getting that up on the board. And then c6 from black, that would also be kind of expected. Yeah, so nothing super wild right now, but what's interesting is the more that we play some of these games, the more we're actually transposing back into games that have already reached this position. For example, now there are 6 games that have reached move 10, but clearly just in a very different order. All right, let's take a look at the Votes today, we've got 10 votes. Just 10% of people thinking that Ding's going to win. With the white pieces, wow. 90% say Gukesh. Oh, you know what? One of the problems is I didn't put draw being an option. Okay, let me do that. Let me change that. All right, I'm going to end the poll. People are too biased. All right, let's take a look. All right, so we will put up another poll and we'll add draw into the equation. Who will win? Mark Allwood doesn't want to draw. Sorry. We'll just put it in the polls. Hopefully it doesn't end up in reality. Gukesh. Ding. Draw. All right. We don't want to draw. Who wants to draw? Draws are boring. But they are possible, so we'll include it in the options. Okay, still waiting on Ding to decide what he's going to do here. Hoping that we don't have another half an hour tank. I think Ding is also probably going to be quite sensitive to what happened on Wednesday, where he had like 4 moves still to play and ended up losing on time in, to be fair, what was last position. Yeah. Member in Potential says, Kanishk, I think white is too solid. I think black is advised to wait until white makes some concrete moves. Yeah, looking at the position now, there's really, even though Ding went with b3, there doesn't seem to have been any real meaningful threats for either player. Both players are just developing naturally. And I think we might be in for a long one. That's what my gut says. Okay, let's do a little bit more analysis. So the last move was knight to d7. Let's maybe spend a little bit of time looking at d4, because I like d4. I think d4 is a good move. Castles, knight to c3, developing this knight, and c6 now. If we have this opening, we have 5 games that have reached this position. So let's continue. C takes. All right, hold on. Sorry. Let's just get this back up on the board. Castles, knight to c3, c6, and then rook to c1. Okay. So rook to c1 is kind of almost preparing for this exchange to take place on c takes d, and then opening things up along the c file. And then we might get kind of a symmetrical setup where both rooks are staring at each other, one on c1, one on c8, and are kind of contending somewhat for control of the c file. Queen to e7, bishop to d3, challenging this light square bishop. Takes, rook f to d8. Okay, that's interesting. And then queen to b1. Yeah, this is kind of like maybe a delayed concern for the queen in case, you know, things start opening up in terms of these pawns. The queen would probably be better placed on this diagonal, but just not on the d file. Yeah, this is well something that we could see actually. Rook f to e1. And then e5, yeah. So black wanting to kind of like bust things open. The massive threat in a move like e5 is, of course, e4, which would fork the queen and the knight. So you have to deal with that. You can play queen to f5. And maybe things are starting to get a little bit spicy now. Now you're not really incentivized to take because it kind of unleashes the power of the rook on e1 onto the e file. So you have to be a little bit careful here. Yeah, I think once we start seeing some of this tension in the center of the board, that's maybe where some of the excitement will emerge from. For the time being, it's nothing, you know, life-changing. But once we start seeing moves like d4, e5, and these pawns start contending for space in the center, then it becomes more exciting, hopefully, and especially if we can see one of the players emerging with some kind of advantage, for example, taking control of the E file or the D file or the C file for that matter. Anything can happen. But yeah, for the time being, it's still, you know, still a lot of moves that need to be played, and it's a little unclear. But I'd also like to see what you think about G5 in the position of your liking. Okay. Well, I think here's my thoughts on G5. Is G5 doesn't really achieve anything. It achieves one thing, and that is not good for black. It's breaking down black's protection in terms of the pawns on the king side. So in order to justify G5, there needs to be some kind of maybe preparation for a pawn storm, and you have to be absolutely certain that your king is safe. And this is where grandmasters kind of differ from, I think, you know, your average player down at the club, is that they're extremely cautious when making these kind of moves, where they may seem natural. Oh, you want to push G5, you can play G4 and put pressure on this knight, yada yada yada. But unless there's a really good reason to play G5, I think they might be. I mean, I might be wrong. We could come back in like 5-10 moves. I think that happened. When was it? In day 2 or day 3, when I said, nah, that's not going to happen. And then, yeah, just a few moments later, the move was played. So, yeah, we'll see. But for the time being, I think G5 is probably not going to appear on the board just yet. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look. Because the queen would be on c7, then g5 could be used to kick the white knight out, followed by knight to g4. Ah, okay. So you want to get a knight outpost. Oh, no. You want to get a knight outpost on g4. Or you want to kick, you want to play g4 so that you can kick the knight on f3. This is probably one of those. First, he wants to put the queen on c7. Oh, you're talking about the current position on the board. Okay. I see. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, you correct me, you want to try and kick this knight and eventually set up kind of a mating threat on h2. Is that correct? And if the queen's on c7, then there's all of this heat on that square. Let me know if that, by playing c6. Yeah, so c6, getting the queen on c7. Ah, okay. Yeah, so the part of the problem, I think, with that is that it's not that difficult to defend, and it's very, very risky for black to play this, because basically if you say, okay, cool, I'm gonna go for it, I'm gonna try and get the knight here and set up this mating threat, I can basically just play g3 at some point, and then yeah, I give up the light squares, but I can play rook f to e1, then bishop to f1, trade off light squares bishops, and then you don't really have too much of an attack going, and all of the dark squares are, well, basically these are the 2 dark squares that you have some control over with the black pieces. So this is, I think it's just like a little too slow. And especially, I think the one benefit you could say about playing a move like g5 is you could almost get away with it if black chooses to castle queenside, because then all of these pawns are basically not really doing anything massively important in terms of protecting the king, because the king's on the other side of the board. So then it becomes maybe more of an option getting a pawn storm going. But it would mean that Gukesh would have to castle queenside. All right, so both players equalizing kind of on time. 141 an hour, sorry, and 41 minutes for Ding, hour and 41 minutes for Gukesh. And we're waiting on Ding to decide which of these moves is the most appealing. Is he going to play queen to c1? Is he going to play d4? Is he going to play knight to c3? All good moves. And in fact, the engine evaluates basically all of these moves as the same. Is maintaining a very, very small edge for white, plus 0.16 for knight to c3. d4 is the same, and queen to c1 is plus 0.13. Really nothing in it at all to speak of. So I get the e5 square. Yeah, this is an important square. I'm not sure if you're still talking about that line that we discussed earlier, but actually I think part of the allure of playing a move like d4 immediately is that this knight is just terrible now because of the fact that e5 is out of commission, and you can't really do anything for the time being to change that. I would be very, very happy just playing d4 and not spending too much time thinking about this move. But considering that you have such long time controls, it's obviously worth taking some time here, but hopefully Ding has a little bit better idea in terms of time management today, because Wednesday was such a disaster for him time-wise. Definitely another cool game today, says Membrane Potential. Wow. I think so. I think, like, out of the opening, this is interesting because this is an opening that you could see a lot of strong players and even weaker players arriving at this position. You know, some people might go through their own database of games played and say, hey, I played this opening. I got to move 9 at the level of a world chess champion. But what makes it really interesting is seeing exactly how these top elite players move on from a position that might be not hugely remarkable on face value. Let's get a closer look at the players. Gukesh in his usual pose, just sort of leaning back, arms crossed. Seems quite comfortable, actually, which is always a good sign. And Ding really looks quite focused, too. I wonder where the camera is for this shot. Through the chess pieces, you're like, what? How did they even get that there? Is there like a hole in the board or something that they can get that shot? Gukesh is a chiller. They both seem really chilled in general. Ding at least not rocking back and forth this game. Yeah, he was doing that, I think, quite a bit towards the final stages of the game that we saw on Wednesday. Obviously, he was in quite a bit of turmoil. And that's usually something that you see. I mean, people just get uncomfortable when they realize, oh man, I've got a losing position. And their body language completely changes. Membrane Potential says there is a small fisheye camera at the board's edge, a small bump. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Oh, that's where they're getting that footage from. It almost feels like there's like a camera in one of the pieces that's looking directly up at the player. That would be pretty cool. You know how in Formula 1 they have like the camera mounted on the back of the car on like or on the front of the car, so you can see kind of like a POV. It would be pretty cool to have a POV of a chess piece on the board. they really wanted to ramp up their production value, that would be the way to go. All right, we do have a move on the board. Instead of d4, we've got knight to c3. Okay. Knight to c3 on the board. And now, interestingly enough, a5 becomes a possibility for black. That's a bit of a surprise, a5. It's not something that immediately jumps out to me, but... That is certainly interesting. Okay, what else? Knight to c3, and probably just castles. I think this is a more natural move than a move like a5. It does mean that g5 becomes very, very risky, so we'll keep an eye on that, but probably expecting castles from Gukesh. a5, c6 is still a move. And then, yeah, you'd expect probably this position to arise at some point. It's almost like the order doesn't matter quite as much. And then castles. It's like all of these moves need to be played. And it might be the case that the order is kind of irrelevant. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is like first world problems. All right, because my wife and I went to get massages for the birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Is it your birthday today, Mark? If so, happy birthday. I can give you a little congratulatory celebration. I want to shower, but I cannot shower due to the game being too interesting at the moment. Life is so brutal sometimes. Yeah, that's really difficult. 31, nice. Congrats. Happy birthday indeed. I was thinking I could play happy birthday for you on my guitar. I'll do that later. Happy birthday. Nice. All right, so yeah, probably expecting that we're going to see Gukesh Castle kingside, and then a lot of the moves that we calculated before are probably just going to show up. What I'm curious about is if we do... Okay, let's just castle. We're going to play d4. Let's play c6, because that would also be expected. And we still are in some known theory here. Okay, do we have a move? Yeah, we have the move that we expected. We've got castles. Let's see the players play it live over the board. Nice close-up of Gukesh. There's the fisheye camera that we were talking about earlier. And he goes for castles and hits the clock. Safety first. Now, can I just say, if we see g5 at any point in the next like 3 or 4 moves, I will be absolutely stunned. I don't think it is even remotely possible that we see g5. But I'd like to be wrong. We were talking about g5 as a possibility for black, wanting to really go for a bit of a pawn storm, but now it just becomes far too risky with the king where it is. But I'm kind of curious. Let's see if there are any of these lines that include g5. Probably not. So back to the game. We have castles. And now with ding, d4 is still a move, which I would still expect. Rook to c1 is also a move that we would probably also see at some point in the next 3 or 4 moves. Very natural. Kind of preparing almost for capturing, or if black captures the next 5-10 moves, white has some nice control over the open c file. And it's a good rule of thumb. You know, if you're a beginner and you're trying to improve your chess, if you can see at some point a file is going to open, nothing wrong with preparing for that likelihood by playing a move like rook to c1. And this is always the balance when you watch these high-level games. There's a mix of like practical, sensible moves that can be explained in a sentence, and then there are other moves that have like a lot of depth. And even the moves that can be explained quickly, they also tend to have quite a lot of depth in terms of the longer term implications. So that's, I think, also what makes chess so watchable is that you can appreciate some of the beauty of these moves without necessarily having them be explained. But then also they kind of work on different levels, which I quite like. All right, if not rook to c1, d4, queen to c1 is also an option. What we discussed earlier about getting the queen on the dark squares makes a lot of sense because the dark square bishops are off the board. And the queen is going to be more powerful in the dark squares than the light squares. You've already got a light square bishop, and that'll do its job perfectly. But I still feel like the most natural move here is just to play d4. d4 looks good. I wonder now, I think the problem is if you play a move like d3, it's still okay. I mean, you're controlling that e4 square, and I guess you can still play d4 at some point. But yeah, maybe d3 is not actually that ridiculous. d3 could be a move. It's not one of the engine's moves, but I think d3 is reasonable. If queen to c1, what about knight to b6, and then doing something like a5, a4, minority attack? Okay, let's take a look. So after castles, queen to c1. Did you say knight to b6? All right, let's put knight to b6 on the board, and the intention of black wanting to get something happening. All right, but now you do have just c5. You can actually push this pawn. You can push this pawn forward, attacking the knight. And actually, the knight has nowhere to go. It just needs to go back to from whence it came. And I guess the question is, have you overextended? Nope, because you can just play d4 here, and this pawn chain is going to be super powerful. So yeah, this doesn't actually achieve all that much. But I think the engine is with you specifically regarding this a5 move, because a5 is definitely a move here for black if you play something like queen to c1. a5, totally fine. And as we saw in the first game, these kind of moves can be devastating long term once they start compromising the weakest link. You know, you're defending, and say, for example, you get a weak back pawn, that becomes a big target long term. So yeah, a5 is definitely reasonable. But of course, a5, a4 can't happen immediately because of the fact that this knight's here. All right, we do have a move on the board. We have take. So let's take a look at Ding playing that out. It's actually nice having a little bit of a delay. It's not a huge delay between the footage and the moves appearing on the board, but it does mean that we get a moment to be able to cross to the coverage of the player. Here we go. All right, so he captures in the center, which is not something that we really looked at too much. And we have a couple of moves on the board. So Gukesh immediately responding, taking back. He takes with the pawn. And Ding absolutely blitzing out. Whoa, b4. Now I can tell you that is not something that we were considering. All right, I'm very curious to see exactly where this lands. All right, there is one game still, just one game that has reached this position. b4 is a bit of a surprise. b4 is certainly a surprise. So in that game, black just said, okay, don't care about b4. I'm just going to play c6 still, maintaining my control of the center. And now knight to d4 is a possibility. Centralizing that knight. Oh, sorry, I haven't actually got the analysis board up. So after b4, it's very possible that black will just say, okay, I don't care. I'm just going to play c6, just supporting this pawn. And now knight to d4 is a move, just attacking this bishop. The bishop can retreat to h7. And the bishop, this is going to be maybe a bit of a concern for white, knowing that this light square bishop has such domination over the b1 h7 diagonal. You're going to have to spend a little bit of time figuring that out. And then d3. d3 is also a move that makes a lot of sense, preventing the knight from getting an outpost, although it is still being defended, at least it's being double defended when you play d3. And maybe the idea is that the bishop, maybe you play bishop to f3 at some point. I'm not entirely sure if it's that great there. Yeah, you'd have to do quite a bit of thinking in terms of where, or even if it's necessary to challenge this light square bishop. All right, so we have c6 on the board, which is what we expected after Ding played b4, which really was not on my radar at all. b4 is an interesting move. Now, apart from knight to d4, queen to b3 is also an option. And I think, okay, queen to b3, now it makes a lot more sense why b4 was played. b4 maybe also discouraging a5 as a move. And also allowing this queen to develop onto a natural square b3 without blockading the b2 pawn from developing. Party market seems to be going insane. I went from plus 70 to minus 11. Is that because the game is getting more drawish now? Yeah, probably. That might be it. It still feels like it could be a win for one or the other to me. Yeah, look, it definitely could be. I think the fact that things are still equal, I wouldn't read too much into it for the time being, just because of the fact that the people that are making the markets on Polymarket seem not to have that much of an idea of what they're doing, to be honest. They probably just see, oh, it's like mostly equal, it's probably going to be a draw. And just say, okay, we have to adjust the markets in such a way to reflect that. But yeah, it's still early days in this game. All right, so c6. Apart from queen to b3 and a4, you can also play queen to c1 over here, which is an interesting move, allowing actually knight to e4. And now queen to b2. Yeah, so it's almost like you're using this queen on b2 as if it were a bishop. And because of the fact that black doesn't have a dark square bishop, there's no real threat of a black piece putting pressure along this diagonal except for the queen. Okay, let's try bishop to g4. Okay, just putting more pressure. Then knight to d4. Just offering an exchange of bishops. Bishop takes e2. Now, which knight do you want to take with? I would almost want to take with the knight on c3. And yeah, this is becoming quite drawish, actually. So maybe the bookmakers are onto something. Let's see. a4 is also a move. I think a4 might be the most exciting of all of white's options. a4, a5, then queen to b3, and queen to b6. Interesting. I guess and then you play b5. Ooh, this could be quite cool. This could be quite cool. And if you take, obviously you get this enormous knight outpost and an isolated pawn, so you don't want to do that. Bishop to e6. Okay. Just keeping things together. And unfortunately, you can't take, because if you did do that, your queen would hang and you would cry a million tears. So it's almost like white is kind of has the possibility of pushing the c5 pawn. If you push the c5 pawn, can you get a little bit of momentum in terms of controlling the center and creating complications? I guess the problem is that white's queen can always just retreat to b2 and then just look to control the look to control the long diagonal, and that's plenty of compensation. But And it might be the case that these pawns become a target. I guess the queen retreats and then you play something like b6 and then maybe you get a bit of a pawn chain going. Interesting. All right, still waiting on Ding to come up with some response with the white pieces. I think I'm kind of hoping for a4. That looks like it could yield some exciting possibilities. So a4 looks like a very reasonable move that doesn't risk too much with the white pieces. And even though the engine's like, oh, it's just like completely equal when you play that way, it's possible that we could get something a little bit more exciting. A6, let's try that. Let's try a6. And now a4? Now a4 is interesting. Bishop to g4. Knight to d4. Bishop takes e2, knight takes e2. And now a5. This is interesting. B takes a5, but now you can't really take back because the b7 pawn is hanging. So queen to c7, guarding this. This is often something that you see, especially when you're wanting to capture. Instead of taking immediately, which would mean that you lose the b7 pawn, you can wait a moment. You're attacking this pawn twice, and it's not being defended at all. So you have actually got a lot of time to recapture it back. And by playing queen to c7, you're just saying, keeping everything together, and then I'll recapture in my own time. And also, recapturing with the rook, doubling the rooks on the a file, provides more pressure on the a4 pawn. And this might be a little bit dicey for white if you end up losing the a pawn without really any compensation. But you also, I guess, have compensation maybe along the b file. All right, let's take a look at the time controls. We have 1 hour and 23 minutes for Ding and 1 hour and 37 minutes for Gukesh. And I think this is a good point to take a look at our poll as well. All right, most people thinking Gukesh, 43% of people think that it's going to be Ding, and 29% say, draw. Very interesting. We'll leave this up for a little bit longer, and then I will find today's silhouette of the day, where you have to tell me exactly who is it that you see in today's silhouette. I think white would like to blockade the c6 pawn by playing rook to c1. Yeah. Rook to c1. Rook to c1 is actually a pretty reasonable move. And it's something that did come up in our earlier analysis. And I wouldn't be surprised if it appears in later lines as well. This is one of those openings that can actually head in lots of different directions. And at the same time, a lot of the moves that you calculate will appear, but then in just in a different move order. Just because of the fact that they're so natural. I mean, even here, with the knight on d4, you expect at some point that you need to play d4. But one of the problems with chess is that you can calculate playing a move, but then as soon as it appears in a slightly different position, you have to recalculate it, which means that it can get quite complicated and also easy to make mistakes. Long-term blunders. If you think that you're okay, and then suddenly you play the same move, but in just a tiny, slightly different position, that detail can often make all the difference. All right, we do have a move on the board. We have the line that we're looking at. Okay, so... No, we don't. Sorry, we don't have the line that we're looking at. We had castles. And then we had c6. Hold on, let's just back up to the live board. This will sort us out. Takes, b4, and then, okay, this is it live. All right, now, here, bishop to g6, bishop to h7, both moves just retreating the bishop. You really don't want to exchange this bishop for anything. I mean, it's hanging right now, but I guess there's not really even any way to defend except for playing g6, which obviously you're not going to do. So retreating the bishop is completely natural, but the question is, where do you want to put it? Do you want to put it on h7? I guess putting on h7 allows the possibility of g5 being on the board. I also think it's Carlsbad-ish, but usually a pawn is on d5. The knight on d5 seems inferior. Oh, but usually a pawn is on d5. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what line you're looking at, because the pawn is on d5 right now. Okay, so with the bishop on h7, then you can play a move like queen to b3. You can play rook to c1, probably is also a move. You can play a3, supporting the b4 pawn. And yeah, things remain pretty equal. Feels like now we might see something like knight to e5. And look at the geometry of this position. It's pretty cool. We have the 4 knights all in a diagonal along the long diagonal. It's quite aesthetically pleasing. Oh, d4 you meant. Oh, okay. Well, now we've got a knight on d4, so that's good. Yeah, so this could be quite a fun little setup. And I guess one of the moves that jumps out at me here with the white piece is that you would absolutely have to play a move like h3 because of the fact that these knights would love to infiltrate via g4. And just preventing that by playing h3, I think, is common sense here. And then the question is, do you want to even play f4? You want to start getting a little bit ambitious with white and saying, I'm going to go for it. f4 is quite committal as well and will create weaknesses. In fact, a move like f4, one thinks about it, bringing the queen into b6. If you do indeed decide to play this move. Because then, for example, if you play f4 now, you've created this this weakness over here. And also, say the knight retreats to g6. There's a threat of capturing the f4 pawn. So say you do something dumb and you just like say, okay, I'm going to try and take, I'm just going to, wait, hold on, it's white to move. Yeah, say white does something stupid and just plays like rook to v1. Now you can actually capture this pawn, can't you? Isn't this a move? Takes? Can't take back. Oh, you can take with a rook, of course. Yeah. So if, for example, oh, let's reset this up. So you play something dumb like rook to e1. And now this is a very real threat by putting the queen along this diagonal. So yeah, you have to be a bit careful with a move like f4, especially if queen to b6 is possible. So the other option for white is to start off with h3 and then maybe try and get these A and B pawns working together. All right, so we have queen to b3 on the board. Let's set that up. Interesting. Knight to e4 as a good follow-up for black. Do we have any games that have reached this position? No, we are finally in new territory for the first time. Up until the last move, no games have reached this position with queen to b3. I was expecting that, to be honest, we were going to deviate earlier, but I think, ended up kind of transposing back into games that had already been played before. But now on move 13, we have reached, as a godmaster would say, a completely new position. Queen on b3. And yeah, a lot of possibilities. Nothing super exciting. Some natural moves, like, for example, black plays rook to e8. And you can play rook f to c1. just gradually making sure that your pieces are well positioned. I think there's still the concern for white is this bishop. And dealing with this bishop it's not entirely clear how exactly you deal with it. For the time being, you can kind of work around it, but at some point it would be nice to try and challenge and exchange, preferably, the light squared bishops. All right, let's do a little bit more analysis. Queen to b3. Let's try and see if we can find something exciting. Starting with black, because it's Gukesh to move. a5. That's an interesting line. a5 and then a3. Creating a little bit of tension on the queen side. Possibly a challenge for the a file. Now knight to e5. And we get the 4 knights. It's almost like Connect 4. You know that game where you have to connect 4 things? What about c5? Oh, never mind. Yeah, c5, not great right now, just because of the fact that the b pawn is guarding that square. Bishop to queen to b3, and we're waiting on Gukesh to move. I think one of the most natural moves to play at some point is knight to e4, because as I discussed earlier, knight to e4 is kind of provoking f4. It's like saying, what are you going to do? I'm going to play this, put my knights on e5. Don't you want to get rid of it? And as soon as you play f4, it's risky because of the fact that it opens up the diagonal that the king's on. Right now, the king's very, very safe. h3 is a completely normal move, preventing the knights from jumping into g4. f4 is more dangerous and could lead to some kind of complications down the road. What's wrong with c5? What's wrong with c5? We lose our pawn, but we get the b pawn. If you played what? If you played c5, are you talking about the position as it stands right now? All right, so this is the position. If black plays c5. Yeah, so c5, b takes c, knight takes c5. And then queen to a3. Wow, this is a little bit of a tricky move, actually. Queen to a3. So you're attacking the knight now. Knight to e6. You move back. And the engine, even though the material is equal, if you exchange here, knight takes, f takes, maybe part of the problem is that there's a weakness that's been created, specifically the e6 pawn. Yeah, we get the b pawn. Takes. I'm kind of curious. Okay, so if you attack this knight, anything else is a little dodgy. So hold on. Let's just back up here. I think, okay, wait, hold on. I think part of the reason why you don't want to play c5 right now, yeah, you get the knight to jump in, but longer term, you have an isolated central pawn, which becomes also a big target. So this pawn chain is actually very, very valuable. And by playing a move like c5, you're just giving up that lock on the center. And you don't really get much in exchange for it. So it's not an immediate problem. You know, the analysis bar like freaks out as soon as you play c5, takes, and then after takes, queen to a3. But I think it's more of the long-term implications of being concerned about the potential of losing the very important d5 pawn. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents. I'm not going to like calculate in depth, but I would expect that's the issue. And especially the fact that it's on the light squares, so you can still play like Bishop to f3, putting pressure along this diagonal. It starts getting really unpleasant. And I guess I wonder, maybe... No, it's just like an unnecessary complication. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a sec. All right, we're back. Back in business. Okay. What did I miss? Nothing, apparently. Nothing yet. All right, I want Ding to play rook to b1. Rook to b1. Okay, so let's see. Rook to b1 would be... If you played rook to b1, Ding would be doing one of these. Rook to b1, which loses, yeah. This is definitely something that I've been known to do. It's so horrible. The bishop is so far, right? It's so far away. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, you would want Ding to play rook to b1 and then the game to be a decisive result. Is that right, Mark? Always happens. Yeah. I've seen so many great memes. It's like just the proximity of the bishop. It's so far away. You're like, oh man, this is like such a great square for my rook to go to. And to be honest, like the scope of this bishop is such that you actually do need to deal with it. Like it's a problem. It's really frustrating having this bishop sort of getting in the way. It's got such good control over the light squares. So I'm trying to figure out what would be the... I mean, you could just play d3. d3 seems also sensible because of the fact that it's going to guard the e4 square, limit the movement of this bishop, but it does also kind of limit the movement of your own bishop, which is not the end of the world. This bishop can't really do much along this diagonal anyway. So maybe d3 is a move for the future. Daniel Victor in the chat. Let's go Ding. Welcome, Daniel. Got some Ding supporters here. We've got a lot of Gukesh supporters as well. And hopefully they kind of balance each other out. And right now, speaking of Gukesh, it's Gukesh to move with the black pieces. The times are absolutely identical. And I think probably what happened in the last game is Ding sat down with his team and someone spoke to him and was like, listen, it's fine to take time. There's nothing wrong with taking time. But what happened in the previous game can never, ever happen again. You need to have a little bit more awareness in terms of what the clock is doing. It's always difficult to play when you're in a lost position and when you're in a losing position to try and hold it when you have time pressure as well. It can just be too much. But still, he had like 4 moves to play and he flagged. And that is not necessary. So he's doing a much better job of just trying to keep an eye on the clock now and keep things relatively equal. All right, so what other options are there apart from rook to e8? a5, knight to e4 we've looked at. Let's spend a bit more time looking at a5 because a5 does seem interesting. You can actually capture here, but a3, I would actually be very excited if Gukesh went for this instead, because this creates some possibilities. Knight to b6 now. Okay, we were talking about knight to b6 a little earlier so that we could get the queen on c7. The queen can come on c7 now, which is nice. So knight to b6. Let's try knight to b6. And then d3. Okay, d3, another move that's important, and even more important now. Now you can see the power of d3 if especially the knight arrives over here, because it's guarding this square. It's guarding this square. So the 2 knights can't infiltrate. And it's also limiting the scope of the light square bishop. So I would not be surprised in many lines if we see d3 happening. d3 is quite an effective move. And also shows some of the versatility that that we see from not having played d4 earlier. Because if we played d4, then immediately this outpost is going to become really attractive for black. Mark Orwood says, man, I'm so mad. I could have cashed out $70 and bought back in. Now I'm down to 34. Yeah, that's the game that you play when you gamble. It happens. Anyway, at least it's your birthday. That's good news. Let me know where you're watching from around the world. We have Mark from Australia, if I'm not mistaken. Mystery, I think, is from India. Kanishk, also from India, if I'm not mistaken. Daniel Victor, where are you tuning in from? I'm not sure if I know where you're from. Membrane Potential, Germany? Is that right? Nice, wide international audience, even though it's a small audience. Okay, Gukesh definitely taking some time on this next move. I do think it's a good idea to take time here, considering the options that he has available to him. But I am hoping to see a5. I think a5 might create some kind of interest. a5, a3, knight to b6, and then d3. Let's continue this line. Now rook to e8. I have to be a little bit concerned about rook to d8. In some instances, especially if this knight is not back protecting the bishop, it's possible that you could open things up. Yeah, I suppose. All right, let's play rook f to d1. And then a4. Wow, a4 is a move. That's exciting. a4. Queen to c2. Also probably a move I wouldn't play. Queen to c2 just allows knight to c4. I cannot believe that. Can you just play knight to c4 now? You can't take because, of course, the bishop. What happens if you play knight to c4 here? This looks like a really strong outpost for the knight. I guess the queen just moves to a2, and then the knight moves back to b6. Yeah, so it doesn't really do anything. This would be the weirdest draw by threefold repetition. Okay, a4, queen to c2, knight jumps in, queen to a2, back. Hopefully we don't see this. This would be very sad. Sorry about the background noise. A little bit of construction happening outside. All right, we've got... Oh, Daniel Victor says he's from Brazil. 7 a.m. here. Wow, well done on getting up at 7 a.m. Early bird. Daniel says he's going to skip college today. You know what? It is a Friday. Absolutely. Oh, you want to see the players' faces? Thank you so much, Varsha, for reminding me. Appreciate that. Thanks. Yeah, good day to... I mean, I wouldn't normally encourage skipping college because education and all, but it is a Friday. And if you're going to take a day off, you know, Friday's going to be pretty high up on the days that that are attractive to take off. Okay, I'm really hoping that we see Gukesh play a5. a5 would be very groovy. And if he does play a5, let's just follow up with this line again. Daniel says, I usually have classes at 7 a.m., so I have to wake up around 5:30 every day. Good grief, that's so early. Wow. Okay, Kanishka, I think you just answered your question there. I usually wake up here in the winter. It kind of depends, and it also depends what I'm doing for the day. But usually I wake up at around between like 6 and 8. But in summer, usually it's earlier. Usually it's like 6 o'clock, 6:30 when the sun rises. Because in Cape Town, the sun rises very... I don't know what it's like where you are in the world, but the sun rises very different times of the year. So in summer, it's like 5:30. And then in winter, it's like 7:30. Okay, now bishop to g6. Wow, I wouldn't have expected that. f3. Okay, so this is also interesting. f3 kind of achieves a similar thing to d3. But I would not be so happy playing f3 because of the fact that we still have some problems along this diagonal if you allow the queen to get to b6. Maybe it just doesn't matter here. Kanish says he wakes up at 5:45. I understand your pain. Yeah, early mornings are not fun. I can tell you exactly what time it is. Nearly 6:30 in the evening. So we'll say 18:24. Yeah, so pretty late. They've had quite a late start. So they start at 5 o'clock. Which is, 5 o'clock local time if you're in Singapore. But I think one of the problems is, makes it very tricky when you're broadcasting to an international audience, is that there's always someone that's going to be left out. And both of the players, they're from China and India. So you have to cater for those audiences. You have to make sure that people are able to watch in those time zones. But the downside is that the entire US audience and the South American audience also gets the raw end of the deal there. Yeah, I don't think it's the usual time. I mean, I guess I'm not sure what the time was when they played in the previous World Chess Championship. Yeah, scheduling nightmare. All right, folks, we have a move on the board. Let's jump and see the players play this live. Yeah, in India, it's perfect for me. For the US, it's waking up time for sure. On the East Coast. So if you're in New York, you know, I think it starts at like 5 o'clock New York time. If you're in LA on the West Coast, it starts very early. It's like 1 o'clock. So unless you're like a super night owl, you're going to catch some of that. All right, so we see the one of the moves that we looked at was knight to e5, and we were commenting on how pretty this is. We have all of the knights set up along the long diagonal and aesthetically quite attractive. And what's interesting here now, Ding has an opportunity to play a move that might give him a little bit of a longer term advantage by playing a4. So there's something here. Well, the engine's sitting with it a bit and maybe deciding, no, it's not that much of an advantage. But a4, definitely a small edge. We'll let the engine do its thing, but yeah, a4, I guess, trying maybe to prepare b5 and breaking down this pawn chain in order to highlight, say, d5 as a weakness. Because of the fact that if there is an exchange on b5, which is unlikely, I would imagine, that leaves, as we discussed previously, the d5 pawn being isolated. You can set up maybe at some point, not now, bishop to f3, maybe even h3, playing f4, and then getting this light squared bishop along this diagonal might be quite potent for white. Sorry. Can you tell the construction guide to stop? It's the international championship. I know, I should go out and be like, don't you have any respect for the chess? Yeah, I can't complain too much because right now I'm having some internet issues. So that guy outside, he's actually like one of the people that work for our family. He's an amazing person. But he's trying to fix the internet issues. So yeah, I give him a little bit of grace, or a lot of grace because of that fact. But if it becomes a little bit crazy, I might go and ask him to see if he can do it a little bit later. But yeah, for the time being, we'll just have to put up for it. Ah, okay, Mark Allwood says, I'm going to send you the game you said you would maybe review. Definitely do that. I don't know how you can get it to me. If you can just send it in the comment section, we can take a look at that. That would be fun. Maybe once the game is over. All right, so a4 is looking attractive. Rook f to c1 is also okay. This seems quite logical. Maybe even rook to c1. I'm curious, just out of curiosity. Yeah, you can't play b5 immediately. b5 is too much. b5 is far too much. If you play b5, you're gonna be met with c5. And now, yes, this pawn on d5 maybe a little bit shaky, but you have time to support it. So knight to f3, knight to d3. Wow, knight to d3. Okay, so that's the move that I didn't really spot. That's very frustrating. Then maybe after the rook moves, you can even play the catastrophic c4. Oh, that is so irritating. Can you? Can you even get away? Okay, so if you just move here. c4's move? Is it? No, surely not. Because you can then play knight to e5. Let's just see. c4. Okay, queen to a3. Oh, yeah. Maybe, actually. All right, so let's take a look at this line. This is kind of interesting, and it shows some of the complications around this position, especially if you're trying to play aggressively with the white pieces. So we'll back up, and we'll take a look at the analysis board. So on the board, we have Gukesh having played knight to e5. Now, if you wanted to compromise these pawns, you might be tempted to play b5 immediately, right? But the problem is you can follow up. You don't have to capture this pawn with c5, which we looked at briefly in an earlier line and saying, well, it is going to potentially weaken the d5 pawn. But after you move back, you have this horrible move, knight to d3, and this is like full-on infiltrating. After you capture with the bishop takes back, attacking the rook. Say the rook moves to e1, and now you're clamping down, and the light squares are under threat. So yeah, this could be quite a dodgy route. Oh, it's okay if the internet fix is fine, then yeah. We'll have to make it work. Okay, I found a way to grab the link. Yeah, you can definitely do that. I don't know what the easiest way to do that would be. Maybe you can even find my chess.com profile and just send it to me in the messenger function of chess.com. blitz_breakdown_chess. And yeah, we can. Oh, the only problem is that like you are in Australia, so if the stream does end very late, then it might be a little a little bit late for you to stick around. But what I could do is if you send it to me, then I'll maybe see if I can do the analysis at the end of the stream. Maybe what we could do is we could see if we have a short game in the next couple of days. Otherwise, I might forget. But I could actually just do the analysis and then you could just watch it back. The next day, potentially. I just don't want to do it now in the middle of while we're looking at the chess. Okay, so knight to e4 on the board. Let's look at some other possibilities. I think the engine prefers almost preparing b5 at some point, but there's still a lot of work to do before that happens. So let's try rook to c1 as an option. a5, challenging this b4 pawn, a3, and now queen to d6. Moving forward, centralizing the queen, just putting it on a better square. And as we were talking about before, white was wanting to say get the queen on the dark squares because of the fact that there is no dark square bishop. And now it's actually black who has this strong queen on d6. Can be one of those, this is how 1000 elo player blunders vids. Less than 1000. Oh man, you know what the thing is? We all blunder. Everyone blunders. It's not something exclusive to 1000, I can tell you that, unfortunately. I remember when I first started playing chess online. I started playing when I was like 18, 19, and I started at around 800, 700, 800. I had learned the rules previously, but I never really played properly. And I picked it up and I thought, oh, this is fun. And I remember playing against people who were 1200 and just thinking, man, these guys are so good. I cannot beat them. They are just spotting every mistake I make and just exploiting all of my bad decisions. And then when I finally got to 1200, I was like, oh, if I could just get to 1400, then I'd really be playing at like a high level. And, you know, when you get to 2000, people tell you, they're like, oh, that's a good rating. That's respectable. But I still find myself thinking the same way. Like, oh, if I could only get to like 2200, then I would be good at chess. So that unfortunately is a bit of an elusive thing when it comes to, I guess, learning any subject. Okay, so here let's try B takes A takes B. Oh, sorry, B takes A, and then C5. Whoa. Okay, this is where things get quite exciting. Knight to F3, and then knight to C6. Yeah. And this you might be thinking actually is almost preferable to play from black's perspective. Black's pieces are very well placed. You have the long diagonal on the light squares, and you have control of the center. And even though the engine evaluates this as equal, it's certainly possible that things get a little bit tricky for Ding to play in a position like this. So instead, A4, which is aggressive, but this might be better. Still knight to E4. Knight takes E4, bishop takes E4. D takes E4 is also a move. That is interesting. And then rook A to C1. Oh, rook A to C1. Also a little bit irritating now that you have this D3 square. I'm trying to think if black can make if there's any real benefit of having this exchange take place. Probably not. Mark Orwood says, yeah, I started playing it around 20 years ago. Oh, sorry, at 20 years old, but played casually with my parents. Before that, I started my elo was like 500 to 600 and thought that 800 elo people were impossible to beat. Kanish says, yeah, I'm quite average at chess, 1730. Lee chess, that's respectable. That's very respectable. I've been playing a lot more lately though, and my elo is going up again. Oh, that's good. Member Potential says I'm 1650 rapid Lee chess. Yeah, that's good. Those are completely respectable ratings, and I think that I would say like you can appreciate chess on a lot of different levels. It doesn't really matter too much what your rating is if you're passionate about it and you enjoy it. But it's also good to have a goal to aim for, because improving is... Chess is so much more fun when you're winning. That's the other side of it. '75th percentile, better than average. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, that's one of the things that you feel like. I've played some really, really strong guys. Once you get above 2000, you start encountering like title players, like candidate masters, like lower ranked title players. But the common denominator with those guys is just they are so solid and they just blunder so much less than everyone else. Everything is tighter. They find moves that are not impossible to find, but they manage to string them together in a way that other players just don't. And it's quite awe-inspiring. Like the few times I've played people much stronger than me, like when I like FIDE Master, who's like 2600, then you start to really understand the difference between sort of higher level chess and you know, 2000 is still great. I mean, I'm able to beat a lot of lower ranked players, but there really is sort of a big difference between being pretty good and exceptional. And I'm sure those people would say the same thing about elite grandmasters, where it just feels like they're impossible to beat and they're always putting you under pressure. I just looked at my percentile and 949 elo is 78.2% for rapid. Yeah, I think one of the things on chess.com and on Lee Chess, I wouldn't read too much into that because some of those accounts are rapid, not rapid, are inactive. So you kind of have to take that into account. And also you have a lot of recreational players on there that just play like a game or two every once in a while when they're bored, and then, you know, they're doing other things. All right, let's head back to the game and see if we can find something else. We've looked at a couple of lines which have been somewhat interesting. And a3 now is also a possibility. Queen to e7. Trying to stay on the dark squares. And now f4. Okay, so f4 is something that we spoke about. This could be an interesting line. Actually allowing the knight to jump into g4, but I guess you can't. You can't play knight to g4. What am I talking about? Knight to g4 is a huge mistake. Because, of course, it's being attacked and defended, but now if you simply play... Can you not just play h3 here and you're trapped? Ooh, no, you can't. There's some tactics. This is very tricky. So take a look at this. This position, you play f4. Knight jumps into g4, and if you play h3, now you can actually take on e3. Very surprising. And after you take back, queen captures with check, also attacking the knight on d4. All right, we have a move. Let's take a look at what move that is. Here's the live board. Ding to move with the white pieces. What will he do? All right, he decides to go for a4. Ambitiously pushing that pawn forward. Keeping an eye on the time, things still more or less equal. Just a 6-minute difference between Dingler and Gukesh. Interesting. We'll do a little bit more analysis of that in a moment, but I thought this was quite an interesting line that I'd just like to share with you. Let's back up. What exactly was going on here? Okay, so let's take a look on the analysis board. So here, F, for example, Ding instead played... I want to actually... Let's keep it on this line, because maybe it's possible. I guess now queen to e7 is not so much a thing. Let's play the engine's line. Let's play rook to c8. Okay. And now if you play f4 here... I wonder how catastrophic this is. Okay, it's not great for white, but let's just play it for argument's sake. If you played knight to g4, all right. Oh, now you can't play it. Okay, that makes sense. Knight to g4, you just hang your knight and you're down a piece. In order for this line to work, you need to have played... Okay, let's say Gukesh plays queen to e7. This is the line that I want to look. You play f4, knight to g5. Oh, sorry. h3 here. And now the knight can capture this pawn on e3. And if you take back, the queen takes with check and also attacking the knight on d4. After the king moves to h1, you just pick up the knight on d4. So a couple of tricks emerging. Very unlikely that we'll see anything like this, but it's always worth pointing out some of these fun little patterns. Okay, let's take a look at the comments. I at least learned not to blunder all of my pawns now. Yeah, that's good advice. Try and avoid that. Well, once again, I have to go and study. I'll join again in an hour or so. Kanish, great to have you. Thanks for joining us. Good luck with your studies, and we'll chat to you later. So now that he's played a4, queen to d6, I think this was the line that we were discussing, and such a good square for the queen, centralizing the queen and getting it on the dark squares, highlighting sort of a deficiency in material. Black doesn't have a dark square bishop. So once we put the queen on d6, we're basically treating that queen as if it is the dark square bishop. Of course, it has a lot more in terms of options, but by putting on d6, it's just a great square for the queen to be. And then we follow up with f4 now. And now, of course, we're not going to play this move because this move just loses with the queen not being on the e-file. You can just immediately attack with h3. You blunder your knight. So instead, the knight's probably going to go back to g6. This would be an interesting position to see. A lot's going on here. And now you play a5. Just taking more space because it's free real estate. Nothing wrong with taking space if you get given the opportunity to. All right, so that's one possibility. What else? I would be kind of surprised if Gukesh played anything other than this, but he has played some surprising moves in the past, so it's possible that he doesn't go for this quite yet. I mean, the possibility of playing queen to d6 is definitely something that he can do later on. So rook to c8 is also a logical move. Maybe wanting to bust things open, play c5 at some point. c5 is okay because, yes, you're attacking the d5 pawn twice, but it's being defended twice. So no real threats there. If takes, rook takes, it's almost, it would be nice if the queen was on e7 so that you could prepare c5. But the issue with that is that if the queen's on e7, it's no longer protecting this pawn. Maybe it's almost better to play queen to d6 and then set up c5. If takes, rook takes, and both the rooks can double because of the fact that you've cleared the 8th rank by moving your queen forward. Because if Gukesh can get both of his rooks doubled on the c-file, that's pretty special. That is pretty special. Oh, I would love to see a move like f4 though. f4 would be great. f4 would be very, very exciting. All right, so we're about 2 hours into this fourth game, and still not much to tell between the two players. We look at the engine analysis of the position as it stands right now. After Ding played a4, the engine gives the tiniest of fractional advantages to Ding, but really, in practical terms, this game is equal. And we're expecting a couple of moves from Gukesh. Queen to d6 is a move. Rook to c8 is a move. Rook to e8 is also a move, just slightly improving the position of one of these rooks would make a lot of sense before doing anything too committal. So yeah, let's take a look at rook to e8. Rook to e8, and now still f4. Knight to g6, and then a5. I actually really liked a5. And one of the reasons why I was talking about f4 being a little bit dicey is because of the fact that the queen could come onto the b6 square and potentially put pressure along this diagonal that the king is on. But once you play a5, that's no longer a possibility. So it seems to me that these two moves kind of go hand in hand. a5, preventing queen to b6, and f4, creating some weaknesses along this diagonal, but taking space in the center. a5. What do you show? Queen. Okay, rook to c8. That makes sense. And then h3. Preventing the knight from jumping in, even though I can't do that anyway. For the time being. And then queen to d6. Finally, queen to d6. It's funny now because queen to d6 does not look nearly as attractive in this position as it did moments ago. The only thing that queen to d6 does now is it's starting to put a little bit of pressure on this back pawn. The b4 pawn is weak, and it's tying white's queen up to the defense of this pawn. Can play bishop to d3 now, which is also really useful for white. So that whenever this knight moves, you are able to exchange bishops. And the potency of the bishop on h7 is no longer a thing. Now knight to f8. Wow. Guess maybe wanting to play knight to e6. Yeah, I think this might be a moment where Gukesh is going to take quite a bit of time with the black pieces. There's actually a lot to calculate here. After a4. Yeah. I mean, okay, let's turn the engine off and let's see. Okay, well, I guess we can't turn the engine off quite yet. We do have a move on the board. Let's take a look at the players. Live. Gukesh about to make a move. Did you end up saving that link I sent you for the chess game? I haven't seen it yet. Did you put it in the chat? Hold on. For some reason, it's not showing up. Let me take a look on my browser because right now I'm using a plugin. And that might be the reason why I'm not seeing it. All right, we have a move on the board. We have rook to c8. Here, I'll resend it. Okay, cool. Please do resend it. I don't know if you can actually send links. So that's why I was suggesting sending it to my chess.com account. So if you find me on chess.com, you can send it there. No, it's not showing up. Yeah, sorry. But send it on chess.com and then I'll get it there. All right, let's do a little bit of exploration here. After rook to c8 by Gukesh. Rook f to d1, rook f to c1. Yeah, bringing this rook into the game and kind of challenging control of the c file. And also just keeping an eye on the fact that if black spends a bit of time preparing this move c5, that you've got some support. Almost some way to prevent him from playing that. Okay, let's try b6. Okay, so here, yeah, you can see black is really wanting to set up this pawn break. Now knight to f3, moving knight back. Takes with check. bishop takes, and d4. Wow, you can actually play d4 before you play c5. I would have never guessed. Whoa, that is wild. Okay, knight to e2. D takes e, d takes e, and bishop to e. Black's bishop to e4. Okay. Offering an exchange of bishops, which is a bit surprising. Huh. Yeah, this, if I had to guess, would be very much leaning towards just a draw. So let's hope we don't see this line, because this is very draw heavy. If we see something more, if we see like c5 first, the engine might think that c5 is not actually that wonderful of a possibility right now. Still not showing up. Let me just check. Maybe it is... Okay, we've got a couple of moves on the board. Let's jump to the players, and then we can... I'll take a look and see if I've got a message. I don't see any messages from on my chess.com account, and I don't see the link on YouTube either. I wonder if I can share my profile somehow. Let's try this. All right, there we go. All right, I just sent my profile. So if you have a chess.com account, you can just send me the link in the messenger function of that game, of that platform. All right, so we do have a few moves on the board. Let's take a look at what's going on here. All right, so Gukesh played rook to c8, and immediately Ding responded with a5. So it looks like he might very well be going for f4, wanting to play f4. After we have a5, preventing the queen coming from d8 to b6, and potentially setting up a move like f4. Attacking this knight, forcing it back. This actually would be quite natural also because of the move bishop to d3. And finally being able to challenge this bishop once the knight goes to g6, if it does indeed go to g6. Also find that black just says, I'm going to play knight to e4 now. And after knight takes, bishop takes, or d takes. Actually, bishop takes is not good. And now rook a to c1. Yeah, this is also quite an interesting position. All right. I think it's a good opportunity now to take a look at our little game for the day. So I'm going to show you a picture of an outline of a player, and you have to tell me, who is that player? Do you recognize that player? We had Hans Niemann, we had Hikaru, and we had Pia Kramling so far. Not to say that those players can't appear again, but that's what we've had so far. Okay. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. All right, let's head over to our option today. Okay, this is a bit of a tricky one. Let's just make it a little bit bigger. All right, I'll give you some options. You can also see the results of the poll so far. 42% of people think Ding's going to win. 31% say Gukesh, and 26% think it's going to be a draw. Those are the results of our first poll. And now I'll give you some options of chess players that this outline may or may not be. All right. All right, you can go ahead and vote. Let me know who you think the silhouette is. The 4 options are Anna Kramling, Anand, Kasparov, or Magnus Carlsen. Take a look. Let me know what you think. In the meanwhile, I think we might have a move on the board. Is that right? No, not yet. Yes, we do, actually. We do have a move on the board. We have the move. Wow. Okay, B6, guys. B6 is on the board. I'm going to jump to the action. And this is not a move that I was quite expecting. It's just challenging for the B6 square. Bishop to A6 is interesting, attacking the rook. And saying, okay, you've got a really good light square bishop, but I've actually got a pretty good light square bishop too. And then rook to C7. And now F4. And maybe it's Ding who can start, who has the opportunity to try and build a little bit of momentum in this next passage of play with the white pieces. Knight to G6, okay? And then we just play queen to A3, getting onto the dark squares ourselves, which we were kind of intending to do at some point, and also potentially saying that if the queen wants to get onto the dark squares, that we're going to kind of contest, the black queen at least, we're going to contest for, say, this diagonal. What about bishop to E2? Just moving the bishop back. A takes B is also a move. A takes B, A takes B. And then knight to A4. Just saying I'm going to put pressure on the B6 pawn. And now what? Starting to get a little bit unclear, a little bit messy. We see some of these moves. I think it might be the case that Ding is wanting to play for something more. Some of the lines that we looked at, they really led to some very drawish looking positions. This one looks like things could get interesting. Okay, some comments. Not human, main brain potential says. Nice. I'm going for Kasparov, says Daniel Victor. Magnus Carlsen. I'm going Magnus. I said Magnus before you even gave the options, so gotta stick with that. All right. Okay, we've got 7 votes in. No one's saying Anna Kramling. I guess there's no shock there. I have to throw in like one that it just cannot be. Or maybe it's a double bluff. We'll see. There's the outline. Is it Kramling, Anand, Kasparov, or Magnus? Go ahead and vote and you can decide. Cool. All right, so Ding to move. Gukesh has just played B6, challenging the pawn structure of the queen side for Ding. Ding could respond, attacking this rook. Just exploiting the fact that the previous move just weakened significantly the a6 square. And after rook to c7, now there are some lines, this is kind of interesting. This is where it gets super sharp. There are some lines you can actually play c5 here. And yeah, it's better for white. You capture on c5, you takes, b takes c. Bishop takes c8 now. So you give up the exchange, takes, e takes d4. Whoa. Then knight to c4. Knight to c4. Not knight to c6. Knight to c4. And now the bishop is hanging. So you need to retreat with your bishop to a6. And then you're walking into a fork. And black is able to regain the exchange this way. Wow. That is really fascinating. All right, let's take a look at this. This is quite a fun line, just for the sake of analysis. So if Ding goes for this move, which he might well be calculating now, bishop to a6, it's possible that black could just ignore the fact that the rook's hanging and say, I'm going to try and attack your knight. After b takes, bishop takes c8. Okay, so now you're up the exchange, but instead of taking back here, you're going to capture on d4. Takes, e takes. And now this knight is hanging, but you can play knight to c4, retreating with your bishop, attacking the knight, but now knight to d2, forking the queen and the rook. And this is a very roundabout way for black to kind of regain the exchange. But after queen to b4, and you capture on f1, bishop takes, this position, according to the engine, is actually more favorable for white. So presumably Gukesh will see this and say, why exactly is it more favorable for white? It's difficult to say. Knight to e4. I mean, there's, in terms of the material, it's the same. But it could just be that white's pieces are slightly more active, and that's where this advantage comes from. Okay, so let's play knight to e4 here. And now a6. It's pushing this pawn forward. You've got this advanced pawn. Maybe even, I guess the queen's threatening to come to b7, putting pressure over here. You have knight to b5. Okay, now I'm starting to see it. All right, so this makes sense that Gukesh would, knowing that Gukesh is a big calculator, he would have gone ahead and seen a position like this and say, okay, I'm not going to sacrifice the exchange temporarily because of the fact that it's going to lead to a worse endgame for black. So what is he going to do instead? Just play the much less exciting rook to c7, get the rook out of the firing line, and now the game continues. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Interesting stuff. So that's one possibility. Apart from this, we were also calculating this line when you play here, and now you immediately push f4. f4, knight comes back to g6. Just play rook a to c1. Okay. And now knight to h4. Yeah. Well, what am I doing? That's knight to h5, knight to h4. There we go. Yeah, okay, so this is more balanced, but it also feels like anything can happen. Really interesting. Okay, anyway, let's head back to the main board. We are yet to have a move from Ding. Ding having a much better control of the time here. 53 minutes on the clock. And just deciding what to do here. Is he going to play bishop to a6? Bishop to a6 is quite a natural move. You know, the one thing that you should be jumping out at you once your opponent plays a move like b6 is the fact that now this is a possibility. You can put pressure on this rook. And even if it doesn't yield anything immediate, it just forces your opponent's rook to go onto a slightly less desirable square. I mean, maybe it's not that bad. You play bishop to a6, and the rook comes up to c7, and it's guarding now the a7 square, which has some benefit. And it's, you know, it's still got plenty of options here. But I think these are all lines that Ding is going to be thinking about and saying, does this actually benefit me playing bishop to a6? Can I just capture? Capturing is also a viable option. A takes B, A takes B, and now white has the open A file. It's just not very difficult for, I guess. I mean, can you play? Hold on, let's take a look here. Let's take a look at this position and see maybe if it's possible to play a move like rook to a7 here. Does it actually do anything? That's another question. You see, the problem with playing rook to a7 right now is that black can respond with c5 and suddenly start building quite a lot of momentum with these pawns in the center. Rook to a7 is, I imagine, a good move. The engine hasn't recommended it, but it is certainly something that jumps out to me, but just not right now. You need to keep an eye on these pawns rolling forward and building up some momentum. All right. We have 12 votes in. Trying to figure out, who is this? Is it Anna Kramling, Anand, Kasparov, or Carlsen? Those are your options. Take a guess. I will give the answer in about, not long, maybe like 15-20 minutes. All right, we do have a few moves on the board. Is that right? No, we don't. Not yet. We're still waiting. All right, now we do have a move. Let's go live to the players. We're about to see a decision. Ding to move with the white pieces. What will he do? Let's see. All right, he decides. Is that knight to f3? Yes, it is. He retreats with his knight. Interesting move. Interesting move. Not one that we looked at much. And are we going to see a very quick move from Gukesh? Just knight takes f3. Knight takes f3 is a very natural move, just exchanging the knights. So knight takes f3, bishop takes f3, and then d4. Wow. Okay, d4, knight to e2. We looked at like kind of a version of this in a slightly different line where black gets to play d4, crashing through. Takes, takes, and now knight to e4. Yeah, this is the line I think that we did look at and we said not the most likely necessarily to see a decisive result here. But yeah, still a lot of chess to be played. And I think Gukesh probably deciding, am I going to go for the most obvious move and just exchanging knights, or am I going to play something else? Am I going to play, say, rook to e8? I think Gukesh is probably going to take because of the fact that he sees this line and probably appreciates the fact that he can get closer to a draw with the black pieces. Remember, that is probably what he's after. He's not interested necessarily in taking risks with the black pieces. There'll be another opportunity tomorrow for him to play with the white pieces. And if he can get a draw now, he'll be happy to take that. And this feels like it's a little bit closer to a draw for the black pieces. Paratosh Gaming, welcome to you. Who is better right now? Right now, it's pretty much equal. We have a few moves that need to be played for it to be very glaringly, obviously equal. So no meaningful advantage to be had as of right now. But while you're here, let's see if you can find out. Who is this? How well do you know the world of chess? Is this Anna Kramling, Anand, Kasparov, or Magnus? You can vote. Let me know who you think this is. So far we have 6% for Anna Kramling, 44% for Anand, 19% for Kasparov, and 31% for Magnus. A little bit of a tricky outline. I can try and make it a bit bigger. And we can see... All right, that's too big. Okay, there we go. Let's see if you can figure out who this is. All right, back to the game. Do we have a move? I believe we do. All right, I think we're about to see Gukesh make a move with the black pieces down to 56 minutes on the clock, less than an hour. And I guess the question is he going to exchange? Yes, he is. He's taking that knight, immediately captures the knight, and we're expecting that Ding is going to need no time to calculate what he's going to do. Yep, and he captures immediately with a bishop on f3. And will Gukesh instantly play this move d4? Which is certainly what we were expecting after he initiated this exchange on f3. Back up. All right, knight to f3, takes, and the move that kind of keeps everything in the balance, d4, knight to e2, takes, and looking at this position, things are very, very much equal. The engine suggests that there's basically nothing in between the two players. I also get the impression that we are still going to see quite a bit of chess. It's not going to be as cut and dried as just, oh, okay, this is a draw. There's still plenty to fight for, but it's difficult looking at this on face value to see exactly where that might come from. You'd prefer white here. Yeah, well, okay, so, I mean, the first thing you notice is that there's sort of some imbalance, which is always good. When you want a decisive result, it's important for there to be imbalance on the board. Okay, I think we have a few more moves. Let's go to those live. The imbalance that I'm describing is that if we do see d4 on the board, that the queenside majority for black, we've got 3 pawns and just 2 pawns for white. All right, so we actually do have this on the board. We have the move d4. And expecting Ding, I mean, I guess, what other options are there other than retreating the knight? All right, so we have it. We have knight to e2. And the continuation here is simply capturing on e3, taking back on e3. And then black has, you know, this queenside majority of pawns. And white has a kingside majority of pawns. So that basically is about the excitement of the position. But the engine evaluates this as very, very equal. Are we going to see a long grinding endgame? We'll have to wait and see. Mark, I think I did receive your message on chess.com, so that's good news. That is some good news. And I also received your friend request, which I will gladly accept. All right, so we have exactly this on the board. Back to the game. Here's the live position. And now what should we aim for here if we're playing with the black pieces? We can jump in with this knight. Play a move like knight to e4. That's an option. You just capture, bishop takes. And then, yeah, it's just zeros. I mean, this is about as dead equal of a game as you can get. So if you would like, with the white pieces, not necessarily just to go into something quite so equal, keep some pieces on the board. What else can you play? Just rook f to d1, saying, okay, I'm going to challenge you for the d file. You can even play this. Here's a surprising move, which is quite cool. Knight to d2. And you might say, why on earth would you walk into a pin? Well, you're attacking the queen, for one, and you're also attacking the bishop, which will be able to help you get out of this pin because you're going to be capturing the bishop with check. For example, queen to c3. And then you just take on f3. You take on f3, g takes, and it's a little tricky. You've got double pawns with the white pieces, which actually the engine does take that into account. It says, yes, this is very, very marginally better for white, for black at least. And then you just get your queen out of the way, play queen to e7. This might be something that Gukesh is considering, but all of this can be avoided by simply just taking. And it's kind of the question is, how much does Ding feel comfortable with drawing with the white pieces, knowing that he will be put under pressure tomorrow? And I think it is a really interesting dynamic because of the fact that Ding knows that he can win with the black pieces. Since he won with the black pieces in the first game, he might be not too phased about taking a draw now and keeping things simple. But yeah, it's difficult to know exactly what he's thinking. Especially also considering that the last game he lost. And it's always good to get a draw after losing a game, knowing that, you know, you're kind of minimizing some of the damage that already occurred. All right, we have a couple of moves on the board. Got takes, and we do have the bishop on e4 now. All right. Yeah, so now all of those complications are avoided. A takes B, you can go for. Captures, A takes B. And rook f to d1 now. And none of the concerns about the knight coming in over here because this exchange has taken place. So we're just taking control of the d file, queen to e7, and yeah, very, very difficult to see exactly how this is going to lead to anything other than a draw. All right, we've got 18 votes in. 18 votes. Let's jump to our silhouettes. All right, we'll get back to that in a second. We are about to see a move from one of the players. A little bit of a delay, but it shouldn't be a problem. Now we actually get to see the players play the move out. All right, so we have this move on the board. Not rook a to d1, we have rook f to d1. Oh, wow. Actually, we didn't have an exchange. I thought that they had already exchanged bishops. This is very interesting. Whoa. Okay. Let's head back to the analysis. All right. We also have had queen to e7 played. So I was expecting that there was going to be an exchange here, and there hasn't been, which is interesting. And now white can actually play knight to g3, putting more pressure on black to decide if they would like to exchange, and probably say, yes, I would like to exchange. Thank you very much. Get some doubled pawns for exchanging. That's not nothing. And now, so things are still very much equal, but yeah, doubled pawns, that is some kind of concession. Okay, but that's not what happens. We've had an exchange, but it's actually white who's initiated the exchange. Instead of allowing black to capture on f3, white has said, okay, I've had enough. Let's capture in the center with the bishop. Bishop takes e4, knight takes e4. And now what do? Rook a to c1's a move. I guess you can still capture the pawn on b6. We head over here to our live board. If you just take a takes b, knight to f4. Reasonable square for the knight. But yeah, I think a big part of the problem, though, is just like zeros, you know? It's one thing if like there's one particular line that is very equal and then another line that's not equal. Here, all of the lines are equal. It's very difficult to find any kind of meaningful advantage here for black or for white. All right, let's take a look at the chat. Mark Allwood is still holding. Still no draw is possible, though. Yeah, it is. It's just pretty unlikely, to be honest. It's very difficult to see either of these players losing a position like this. That's the reality. One interesting thing that's worth noting about this move, if we have knight to f4. What is knight to f4 threatening? Let's pull this up on the analysis board. Knight to f4. If you play, say, just a nothing move. Let's say you play b5. You'll notice this is pretty catastrophic because of the fact that you can actually jump in. Can you not play knight to g6? This is what I was thinking. Knight to g6, attacking the rook. And of course you can't capture back because the queen is along this diagonal. But now queen to f6. Okay, queen to f6. Oh, and I see the threat of capturing on f2 is much more pressing. So I guess you actually capture allowing takes and then king to h1. Yeah, things start getting quite spicy here. Very unlikely that we'll see this on the board, but yeah, something worth noting. All right, we have takes. Now the question is, if we don't take on b6, what else can we do? What other options do we have with the white pieces? We can also play rook a to c1. We can play rook f to d8 in response. An exchange of rooks, takes, and now a takes b, a takes b. Again, we're just seeing exchanges. We're not really seeing progress made by either side. Rook to c1. Yeah, so that's what we just calculated now. Sorry, I think I was just a bit delayed. Yeah, what is Polymarket saying out of curiosity? Probably hasn't moved that much in Ding's favor. If anything, it's probably not in his favor now. Okay, 30%. So there was a little bit of a spike up to 32%, and now it's back down to 30%. So not really a huge amount of action on Polymarket. Yeah, F's in the chat for Mark Allwood. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. It's just a very small chance. All right, do we see something on the board? Yeah, okay, so we have takes. Not surprising. And I wonder if there's some kind of rule about how how far along in a game that you can play and still offer and accept a draw in terms of what's like respectable, especially considering this is a World Chess Championship. They're only on move 23. Can you just accept a draw here? I wouldn't be hugely surprised if we did see that. All right, guys, I think it's also a good opportunity for us to see if we can find out the results of our poll. There are 4 people who this could be, this outline. Is it Anna Kramling, Anand, Kasparov, or Magnus? I'm going to give you guys the answers right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're ending the poll. All right. So let's take a look at the results first, and then I'll give you guys the answer. We have 44% for Anand, 30% for Magnus, 15% for Kasparov, 10% for Anna Kramling. I can tell you now that it is not Anna Kramling. It is the famous Kasparov. If you said Kasparov, you were the winner. It is a young, handsome Kasparov in his youth, which might have been a little bit of a red herring in terms of the outline of the silhouette. So only 15% of people got that right. Well done if you did say that. Congratulations. It was not Magnus. It was not Anand. It was Kasparov. So congrats. Daniel Victor said, I knew because of the hair. Well done. Good on you. That's awesome. All right, let's get rid of this. Head back to the game. All right, nothing on the board yet. So that was a good decision finishing up our little game now while we're waiting for Ding to decide what he's going to do with the white pieces. And really, as I mentioned before, it's like when you have a position where it's very difficult for either player to get an edge, and it's also really difficult for either player to blunder, that's usually when you kind of are expecting a draw. That said, I mean, if we get into an end game, it's always possible. You know, if you think of how the game starts, it starts as largely equal, except white has a mini advantage. So it stands to reason that if the game continues, the players keep playing and keep looking for a win, and they play like Carlsen plays, you know, that was the one thing that everyone said about Carlsen when he first came onto the scene. He wasn't happy with just taking positions that on face value everyone said, oh, that's a draw. He wasn't happy with accepting those draws. He was prepared to play on. And especially when the stakes are high, Carlsen would very often, maybe not quite positions like this one, but positions where they were very, very equal, he would take those positions and say, no, I'm not giving up yet. I'm playing for the win. How many more moves until the additional time comes to play? Good question. So right now we're on move 23. 17 more moves to get to move 40. And if we get to move 40, then we get an extra hour. And I think there's a 30-second increment there too. So still a while. And the players seem to have plenty of time. I don't think we're going to see what we saw yesterday, or on Wednesday at least, where Ding ran out of time. There were a lot of other factors that affected that, specifically the fact that his position was so bad. So here, they've got plenty of time, and the moves are not difficult necessarily to find. It's more kind of like, what exactly am I trying to achieve if you're thinking from whites and blacks perspective. About to see a move now. Ding has played with the white pieces. Let's see what he plays. Actually haven't seen it update on my board, so we're about to watch it unfold together. All right, so he chooses to develop his knight, get his knight to c3, offering an exchange of knights. And I think Gukesh might well be inclined to accept this exchange. Knight takes c3, queen takes c3, probably the most likely outcome here. And then rook f to d8. So let's just pull that up on the board. This is kind of what we're expecting. Back up a few moves. You can see in the analysis board right next to my head. Expecting that after Ding has played knight to c3, Gukesh is saying, okay, cool. I'm happy to accept getting more pieces off the board so that I can draw. Excuse me. And then rook f to d8, saying, all right, if we're going to exchange knights, why don't we exchange rooks? Let's get all this material down. And maybe also from Gukesh's perspective, he's thinking, if there is counterplay, maybe my counterplay is going to come from having the 2-pawn to 1-pawn advantage on the queen side. Might be able to get something going there. Probably not, but this is the lowest risk direction for me to go that also offers a tiny little glimmer of something. Does look like it's going to be a draw, but I'm a novice. What do I know? Yeah, I mean, you can look at the engine analysis. That's sometimes also very deceptive. There are games where it looks like a draw, but there's one move that changes everything. This is not one of those games. This is a game where you can look at the top like 5, 6, 7, 8 moves that the engine suggests, and all of them are equal. And when you see that, then you start to get an idea. Okay, this is quite possible that it's going to be a draw. Do the black pawns qualify as hanging pawns? No, not right now. Although this is, oh yeah, okay. So I mean, you have to be a little bit careful. For example, here, once you put the rook on d8, say for example you initiate and you take on d8. You can actually take with the rook. You can take with the rook, because after queen takes on c6, queen takes on b4. It's another equal exchange. I was thinking that you actually have to take with the queen so that the rook can maintain control on the c6 pawn, but that's not the case. Yeah, still equal. It would be fun if the end turns into a blitz game with each having just a few minutes left. You know what? We might well see that. Maybe not this game, but like in one of the games that are left, it's perfectly possible that we see a really exciting end, especially if there is a situation where one of the players has to win. So once we get to the end, maybe, for example, Gukesh wins a game or two, and we get to the final few games and Ding has to win. We're going to see some fireworks for sure. All right, so I guess Gukesh is thinking, if I don't capture this knight, what do I do? what are my options really if I'm not capturing this knight? Can still play rook f to d8 and just say, I'm not going to take quite yet, but basically this will lead quite possibly to a similar position. Okay, rook takes d8, rook takes d8. This time you have to take with the rook. If you take with the queen, you're going to give up your knight, which would be heartbreaking. So you have to take with the rook here. And then knight takes c4, queen takes c4, and then say h3. Or I wonder if... maybe this... Out of all of the positions that we've looked at so far, this is the one that is maybe a little... offers maybe a little bit more in terms of options for both players, actually. White has the A file, has some threats. Of course, you can't play... Well, I wonder if there's some weird tactics here. If you play rook to A7, probably. Have to watch out for back rank, that's the thing. Have to make sure that the queen is guarding both of these squares so that you don't get mated. And then this can kind of be easily defended. Yeah. Have we seen a move? Not quite yet. All right, we are waiting on Gukesh to decide if he's going to capture on c3, which is kind of what we figured. If he's after a draw with the black pieces, this might be the most direct path to get that draw. Mark Orwood says, I'm going to make 2-minute noodles, and when I come back, Ding will have blundered his queen. Okay. Now, we'll see about that. I mean, if that happens, I'll be very impressed with your prediction skills. All right. So, 45 minutes to make 16 moves. We do have a move on the board. Let's head over to the live board and see exactly what that move is. Gukesh with the black pieces. Does he exchange knights? Get one step closer to a completely drawn endgame. He might well decide that, but no, he hasn't. He's played one of the other options. Rook f to d8. Not hugely surprising. But now it's Ding who's initiating the exchange. We have knight takes on e4, queen takes on e4, and the ball is back in Ding's court for the time being. After queen takes on e4. All right, we have a few more moves. We have Ding playing h3. All right, let's head back to the analysis board. So here's the position as it stands, h3. And I think this was one of the moves that I didn't really look at, but probably does need to be played. For example, if you have this exchange of rooks and you would like to be able to play rook to a7, just giving your king this a little bit of breathing room is quite helpful. Avoiding any elementary traps of getting back rank mated. But yeah, still very, very much equal. And let's see. Okay, so after h3, say f5. f5 is not possible. Queen to f5, excuse me. I was going to say, I missed the cue before f5. So let's play queen to f5. Rook to a to c1. Rook takes with check. Rook takes. And then rook to a8. Okay. I guess this is some kind of way of moving the rook that had control on the a file to the d file. But okay, yeah, black now has control of the a file, but white has control of the d file. It's just basically still very much even. And all of the engine suggestions are this 0-0. So still difficult to pick much in terms of a difference between the two players. The only thing that we can really say for sure is that black does have this advantage with the 2-pawn majority on the queen side. It is a consideration, but it's not really that meaningful at this point of the game. I do like the fact that both players are really taking their time, even at this point of the game. Although it seems like it's heading towards a draw, it is still very, very important that that both players take their time to make sure that they're not missing anything. There have been plenty of occasions where something looks, I mean, we see it all the time in classical games where everything's equal, they're going into a drawn endgame, neither player seems to have given up anything, and then suddenly the evaluation bar just spikes for some reason. And in those moments, there's just a very small detail that one of the players has missed. Especially when you're going into these long endgames. It's not always quite as straightforward as it seems. And I think that's really what's motivating the players to continue playing. Is hoping that maybe something like this might happen. But it's also a balance in the sense that, like, you need to make sure that you're preserving your energy. We've had the rest day yesterday. I'm sure the players have had a lot of time just to relax and take it easy. But there are still, 2 more games after today. And if you have, for example, a 7-8 hour slugfest that results in a draw, both players are going to be pretty run down and tired tomorrow and the next day possibly. So that's something that is probably worth bearing in mind. Are they really incentivized to keep playing if they know that it's very likely that they're going to be drawing? We'll see. All right, so we haven't had this exchange yet. We have the rook on a1, the rook on d1, and it is white to move. You can initiate the exchange. Oh no, sorry, it's black to move, my mistake. Yeah, we have the last move that we just had was h3, sorry. All right, so it's black to move. Queen to f5, queen to e7, or even h5 are options. h5's also kind of interesting. Okay, we have a move on the board. Let's jump to see that footage of the players live. Gukesh with the black pieces. Is he going to play h5? Is he going to move his queen to f5? Let's see. All right, we have a move on the board. I couldn't quite see. Whoa! All right, he goes for c5. That's interesting. c5 on the board. c5 being defended by the b6 pawn and the rook on c8. So definitely a viable route for black. And just to say, okay, well, I might as well immediately highlight my one advantage with the black pieces. And the thing that kind of differentiates between black and white is this pawn side majority. And if we have an exchange here, then you have technically a passed pawn. It's just that white has so much heavy material to defend that passed pawn. So trying to get it actually moving towards promotion, very, very difficult, if not impossible. Sanjay asks, will this game end up being a draw too? If I had to guess, I would say yes. I think so. But it's not over. It's definitely not over. And I think as long as Gukesh has this pass pawn that he can start pushing and try and turn into something, a bit of a thorn in white's side, he's going to keep playing. We have a few more moves on the board. Let's take a look. Awesome overhead shot of the two players. Ding deciding to exchange rooks. He captures on d8. So we have rook takes d8, expecting that rook's just going to get captured back immediately. Only move, unless you want to lose the game in horrible fashion. And now we have an exchange of pawns. So we have b takes c, b takes c, and yeah, there is that passed pawn. Is it possible for that pass pawn to become more than just a little bit of a nuisance? Unlikely, but Gukesh is going to try. All right, we have a couple of comments in the chat here. I wonder who benefits the most from a draw, considering the score sheet is the same. I would say Gukesh benefits because of the fact that when you have the white pieces, you're expecting your opponent to go for a win, right? Not always, you know, but that is the best opportunity to do so because you have a slight edge. So when you're able to get a draw and your opponent's playing with the white pieces, then presumably it's a benefit to you with the black pieces. I don't like how Ding is always on the defensive. In the first game, too, it was only after Gukesh made mistakes that he went in. Does it mean Ding will lose his energy, or does it mean he will gain motivation to keep playing? I think he will definitely still be motivated. Obviously, the loss on Wednesday was a big deal for him, but I think he's probably not massively concerned about drawing today if this does indeed end up in a draw, which is looking likely but not guaranteed. I would say, yeah, Ding definitely will gain some momentum in the games ahead. But I think today is probably just not his day. All right, it's interesting to see both players out of their chairs now. This is like the 2023 World Chess Championship. A big chunk of those games played between Ding and Nepomniachtchi were very irritating, I think, from a sponsorship point of view, because Levy mentioned that the footage of the players actually playing the game was limited. Most of the time they were in the restroom area just hanging out and thinking about the moves, coming back to play them. So let's take a look at the live position. We have a few more moves. We have Queen to E5 played. So let's set that up. Takes, Rook to C1. Okay. And now we have Queen to E5. Rook to C1, very natural move. Just keeping an eye on this pawn, making sure that it's not going to build up too much momentum. And I guess putting the queen on E5 also makes sense. Making sure it's on the opposite color of white's queen. And also there's some control. You know, you've created this flight square for your king to escape. But by putting the queen on E5, you're keeping an eye on that. And in so doing, limiting the possibilities of this rook, even though for the time being the queen is guarding the D1 square. So if you did move this rook, for example, you played rook to C4, it's fine because the queen is keeping an eye on the D1 square. But if, for example, you did do something catastrophically bad like rook to C2, well, that's all she wrote. You're getting checkmated, which would be suboptimal. So, yeah. Interesting. So it's Ding to move with the white pieces now. Have a couple more comments. Let's take a look. The person with the black pieces is more happy with the draw in general. Yeah, agreed. I think they'll just end up exchanging rooks and Ding will be happy with the draw since he headed into a rest day yesterday with a loss and he was not mentally prepared and Gukesh had a fresh start. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah. Daniel Victor, from the Soviet style of play, it was considered that try to go for a draw with black pieces and go all in for a win with the white pieces. This strategy is somewhat applicable nowadays too. Yeah, agreed. Okay, so from Ding's perspective, what other options exist here? After Gukesh has played queen to E5, G3. G3 is interesting. I guess this is kind of substituting one weakness for another in terms of white. You're appreciating the fact that the queen is eyeballing the H2 square, and by playing G3, you're saying, okay, I don't want that. I want to create a little bit of a flight square, a different flight square for the king. But now, queen to F5. And just simply moving the black queen onto the light squares also kind of potentially threatening to play queen to f3. Yeah. What else? Let's see. Queen to a4. Then rook to c8. Saying, okay, let's see if I can do something. And then just queen to c4, yeah, blockading this pawn and saying, this pawn's not going to move. There's absolutely no reason to allow this pawn to move at all. And by playing queen to c4, all right, we do have a move. Let's head over to the players. What would Tal do is what I like to think. Mark Allwood says Ding is so selfish. I think he's just selfish because of the fact that you've got money on this one. You're like, come on, man, Ding, go for it. Okay, so he plays actually queen to c2. So yeah, I mean, I don't think really there's much difference between any of these moves, to be honest. And that's what I was mentioning before. When you have like the engine saying, okay, there are like 8, 9, 10 moves. All of them are okay. All of them are basically leading to the same result, a draw. It's like the opposite of only move. You, in a situation where you only have one move to maintain an advantage or to get some kind of decisive edge, you know, it's difficult to find. But when most of the engine moves are just like really straightforward, it's very difficult to lose. All right, we do have another move on the board. All right, so Ding played queen to c2. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have a move from Gukesh. Oh, I might be wrong. Hold on. Let's take a look. Yes, we do. Oh, no, this is the live updated board. All right, wonderful. We'll keep an eye on that. Players in the top right-hand corner. It seems that Gukesh has gone and taken a little bit of a breather. No real time concerns either. 38 minutes to play 11 moves. That's plenty of time. 32 moves to play 11 moves for Ding. That's not an issue at all. So really the question is, what do these players want to try and do in terms of getting some kind of advantage? What is the plan, really? And I think here, Black's plan is pretty clear. It's saying, I've got this pass pawn. I want to try and do something with this pass pawn. But as long as, you know, you've got all of this pressure on the c-file, it's very difficult to achieve that. In some instances, you might say, okay, well, I'm going to bring my king out and try and use my king as a piece that can help in supporting this pawn. But that is very, very risky and probably unnecessary in terms of granting white opportunities for counterplay. So not likely, but possible. I think white can push this position for a while. But I think the problem is that, like, okay, well, what is white's plan? White's plan is to say, I've got a 4-3 majority on the king side. And in order to realize that, I need to start making progress in terms of pushing these pawns. And while white does that, white also needs to take into account that by pushing these pawns, the king is suddenly vulnerable. If we had an endgame where, for example, the queens weren't on the board, this would be more appealing. But because of the queens being on the board, suddenly making these kind of moves where you're pushing pawns forward and you're advancing your king, it becomes a little riskier. I mean, it's likely that that's what we'll see, but you have to calculate very precisely. Membrane Potential says, especially queen versus queen pawn endgames can be tricky. Then again, it looks like the queens will come off. Yeah, that's also possible that we get an exchange of queens, but then maybe not actually. And the reason why I think that is that this pawn, if the queens do come off the board, this pawn could become a little bit of a weakness. If white can get this king advanced once the queens come off and sort of try and attack this pawn. Shouldn't be very difficult to defend because black can basically do the same, support that pawn. But it might just be less complicated. Gukesh might just say, nah, I just keep the queens on the board and then settle for some kind of weird threefold repetition later on. Maybe. We'll see. White was trying, but now considering Ding's nature of playing for win would be unlikely. Yeah. Well, I think that's the whole thing. Is just like, if there's an opportunity to, then you'd expect Ding to go for it, but it just doesn't feel that way. It doesn't seem that way. And there are logical risks, and then there are unnecessary risks. And this position just calls for probably both players just accepting that it's going to be very difficult to try and make progress. Okay, guys, I'm going to be back in a sec. I just need to take a quick break. We'll leave this up for the time being. All right, we're back. What did I miss? Anything exciting? All right. Who are you rooting for? I'm sure that question was posed at everyone else, but I'll give my answer since I have the one that has a camera pointing at me. I am rooting for Gukesh, but that might change depending on what happens in the match. But generally, I would say I lean towards Gukesh. No one in particular, just want exciting chess. Yeah, agreed. But it doesn't matter when trying to assess objectively, does it? Good point. Swastik is leaning towards Ding. I feel like your username is very, very close to getting me in trouble. That's hilarious. Okay. So one thing that I thought I'd ask you guys, because I need some help, is I need ideas for thumbnails, right? So far I've had, what was it, Bruce Lee? I've had Harry Potter today. We had, I literally can't remember all of them. Those are 2 so far. Oh, Star Wars. And what was the last one? I can't remember. But anyway, I need ideas for thumbnails. So preferably like 2 people that are enemies in some way. Today, Gukesh was the bad guy, but that's only because... Oh, James Bond, that was the other one. That was because Gukesh was the good guy, and then Ding was the bad guy. He was the evil villain. Membrane protect. The problem with Tom and Jerry, here's the problem. I would do it, but my AI's face swapping software only works with human faces. So I need human faces in order to do the thumbnail. So yeah, that's something that you have to take into account. Let's try rook to d5. This is a move. Wow, that looks odd. Rook to d5 and then g3. Okay, actually g3 seems like the only pawn move that doesn't lose instantly. Cat Wars. The chessboard awakens. How about pawns and claws with 2 cats playing chess? Oh, that could work. But again, I need to try and put their faces in there somewhere. Maybe they could be like riding the cats or something. Something insane. Game of Thrones, I could probably do that. That I haven't done. And then, what else? Lord of the Rings. Okay, maybe I start entering into the fantasy genre more in the next couple of thumbnails. We'll see. Formidable rivals battle for glory. Love it. Oh, Gladiator. That was the other one that I hadn't thought of. So it's like Gladiator, and then who's that guy? Like Maximus or whatever. The guy that's played by Joaquin Phoenix. That's good. That could work, actually. Yeah, G3 seems like a common denominator in some of these lines. Because of the fact that you're wanting to push forward. And maybe even king to g2 kind of makes sense because of the fact that you can't yet play, well, especially now. If you play something else with your rook, another rook move, g6. Okay, let's play g6 instead of a rook move. Now g3. But you probably don't want to play king to g2 yet. So queen to c7. Okay, queen moves back. And now queen to e4. Yeah. Okay. This could be a comfortable setup that offers white an opportunity to start maybe pushing some of these kingside pawns. Maybe. All right, Gukesh is spending a little bit more time now. 9 more moves until we reach time control and we get an extra hour and a 30-second increment. Oh, yeah. What about that? Oh, 300. 300. That's it. This is Sparta. Yeah. That's a good one, actually. That's a very good one. Yeah, that would be really good. That would be... Actually, that would be really good. That scene where he kicks the dude into that massive pit. That could be quite epic. Queen to e4. May the forks be with you. A galactic chess battle. Nice. Alright, so queen to d6. And now feels like king to g2. h5. h4. Rook to b8. There's just nothing in it. It just seems no matter what you do, both sides are kind of not really heading in any meaningful direction. Mark, I got your game. So if we have opportunity to do some analysis. Interesting. There's a couple of brilliancies and blunders in this game. Those are always the best. Mark enjoying some noodle action. That's good. All right, so we do have a move. Let's head over to the board. It's Gukesh with the black pieces to play. And the move that he chooses to go for, rook to d5. On the board, rook to d5, overprotecting, or not overprotecting, exactly protecting the c5 pawn because it's hanging. And immediately Ding responds with g3. And I imagine now, because of the fact that the rook is on d5, you can actually quite comfortably play king to g2 now. Just to show what's going on here. Let's back up. We calculated a couple of other lines, but here, if you play rook to d5, we've had that on the board. King to g2 is very natural because of the fact that the queen can't throw in a check without hanging the queen, obviously. And also, it protects against moves like queen to f6 and then queen to f3, just limiting the movement of the king. So the king makes a lot of sense. White's king makes a lot of sense being on g2. Oh, the order's actually wrong here. Sorry, my bad. So let's just get this right. All right, so maybe, for example, we see queen to c7. Let's play another move. And now king to g2. Yeah, okay. And this is all equal. Queen to c6. And we might find a situation where the players kind of go like for this sort of back and forth thing, like okay, let's go here. G6. F3, okay. H5, H4. Queen to D6. Ah, the Matrix. Okay, that's such a good one as well. Yes. Oh, I actually did think of that. I did think of it. I just forgot about it. That's such a good idea, though. Yeah. So Neo, and then Agent Smith. Brilliant. Could he just not do that and repeat moves? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was trying to find a repetition. So for actually, this is a good repetition. Here, queen to c7, king to g2. Yeah, this might be just the easiest way to finish this game for both players instead of just continuing to grind out this very, very drawish equal position. So we don't have that though. We have first Gukesh playing f5. And I think, okay, this is here's my opinion now on this. I think here it might be the case that instead of going for this kind of threefold repetition, Gukesh might have realized that in game 2, when Carlsen was saying, oh, there's still something to play for, and the players mustn't accept a draw too early on, that might be kind of ringing in the back of his mind. Whereas like, no, I need to keep playing because Magnus said so kind of deal. Whereas that was true of game 2 because of the fact that there was still a little bit of an edge in the position. But here it doesn't feel like that's the same. I don't think it's comparable. But yeah, he is up on time. Okay, so let's just set this up. Okay. All right, after g3, Gukesh played f5, and this actually allows, according to the engine, a little bit of something by being able to play rook to b1. But yeah, still very, very, very equal. King to d6, king to h2. Yeah. Queen to a6. Okay. The one thing that this pawn move does do, playing f5, obviously prevents the queen from jumping into e4. And maybe also, no, I just think it's crazy. Like, I was thinking, okay, you play king to g2. And then obviously if you play now queen to e4, you can take and recapture back with the e-pawn. But like, would you really want to do that? Probably not. So I don't quite understand the move f5 from Gukesh here. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a perpetual now, necessarily. Especially after, because there was a very easy perpetual just a moment ago. The one that I showed you guys, if we just have the queen retreating and then kind of coming back and forth while the king goes back and forth between g1 and g2. When Gukesh says, no, I'm not interested in that, I'm playing f5, I want to see if there's something for black to play for here. I've got the passed pawn. Let's take a look. Got a move from the players. We have f5 on the board. And what will Ding's response be? All right, we have a move. Ding just ignores everything and he says, all right, I'm going to put my king on g2 and you can decide what you want to do. Yeah, they'll get additional time. Once they get to move 40, that's just 9 moves away. And okay, yeah, they're down to about 2 minutes to move. Well, Gukesh is down to about 2 minutes to move. Or maybe 2.5 minutes to move. But that's still plenty of time. It's not going to be like the situation we saw before where the time became more of a factor because of the fact that it was a very sharp position and Ding was struggling to defend. Whereas here, like, you can find simple moves to make that don't compromise your position. You can repeat them a bunch of times just so that you can get to time control. And it'll have almost no impact on the game. So you can take a look at the clocks and just pretend like they're not there. All right, we do have another move. Gukesh responds with... Let's see. Mark Orwood says, but I don't understand why you wouldn't try to win on time. Okay, we have a king move. He plays king to h7, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I don't understand why you wouldn't try to win on time, though, if you're up on time. Well, I think the problem is like these players, they're so good. They can play entire games, right? If you think of like a blitz game, they can play entire games with like 90% accuracy in 3 minutes. So the time that's required to think out this position, which is actually quite straightforward in many ways. It's very, very equal. You're looking for a small edge. It's not, the position isn't complicated enough to worry either of these players. Stockfish16 said f5 gave white a minuscule something to work with. Yeah, but g2 brought it to 0. Yeah, so the time is plentiful for both of them at the moment. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case. Yeah, I saw that too. That little bit of an edge, fractional edge. The move that the chess.com engine liked after f5 was... Okay, yeah, now that it's spent a bit of time thinking about it, it's back to 0. Rook to b1. That was the move. Okay. Rook to b1. And it's funny because it's almost like Gukesh says, okay, I know rook to b1 could be a threat. So I'm going to make sure that my king is on h7, out of the way. I guess the only thing here is that after playing king to g2, king to h7, yeah, you still don't really want to push this pawn, right? You can, but it's just being so well defended. Obviously, you can't capture with a pawn. F takes g is not possible because there's a pin on the king. But even this move, it doesn't achieve anything. Sorry, got the analysis board over here. I was just looking at this next move, g4, and saying, well, okay, the queen's on this diagonal. Let's try and put some pressure on the f5 pawn, but you really don't need to do anything with black. You can play a number of moves. Say queen to e6, just making kind of a nothing move. You're under no obligation to take. You're defending it twice. It's being attacked twice. No problems. Membrane Potential says, Leela says around 90% chance of a draw. All right, we do have a move. Not the one I played. So we don't have g4, but we have queen to c4. Queen to c4. Yeah, just centralizing the queen. And I guess maybe, oh no, you don't really want, I was thinking like you could offer an exchange of queens, but okay, let's say queen to d6. Queen to d6. Queen to b5. Rook to e5. Yeah, we're going to see probably quite a bit of shuffling around now. It might be the case that Gukesh now knows that... Oh, never mind. Never mind. We do have an interesting move. We have e4. Okay, e4. So if we look at the most obvious continuation, takes with check. This would be a very, very big problem for, or might be more of a problem if, for example, this rook was on b1 or actually on a1. All right, let's take a look at the live plays. We've got a couple of moves on the clock. 6 more moves until we get to 40 moves. And then the players will receive an additional hour. All right, Gukesh moves his rook to e5. And we have an exchange of pawns, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? Yes. Okay. E takes f. Now, rook takes f5 is possible. And then queen to e4. This was the line that I was thinking. If you capture that rook, you can put pressure along this diagonal and say, well, the king's on a bit of a silly square now. But again, very easy to defend. You just play queen to d5. And if you have an exchange, for example, queen takes d5, rook takes d5. Black still has a passed pawn, but very, very difficult to turn this passed pawn into anything. All right, let's just show this on the board. Head over to the analysis. So we've had, what happened? Takes, rook takes, queen to e4. Just highlighting this pin on black's king. Queen to d5, takes, and then things are still very much equal. Yes, we've got this passed pawn, but it's going to be very, very difficult, if not impossible, to try and convert this endgame. It seems now that Gukesh is just thinking, do I need to recapture this pawn right now? And the answer is not necessarily. You can do something else. You can throw in a check, even, is another way of being able to simplify the game. So, for example, rook, sorry. Oh, wait, let's head back to the players. We do have a move on the board. Priorities. We should see Gukesh respond. Okay, so he goes for the simplest continuation, just recapturing that with the rook. And we'll see now if Ding decides that he can immediately follow up with a move like queen to e4. But I think queen to e4 might be the decisive moment where Ding is kind of accepting, okay, this is still very, very drawish. I wonder if there's another way of dealing with this move, queen to e4 for black. Queen to e5, queen to d5. Okay, both of those offer an exchange of queens. Queen to g6 is the only move that doesn't offer an exchange of queens. Just to put that up on the board. All right, never mind. We have a few moves. Let's jump into the live shots of the players. All right, so Ding did indeed play queen to e4, and now we have an exchange of queens. Rook takes d5, inevitable. And Ding responds with... Wow, this is an interesting move. King to f3. We have king to g6. King to e4. Attacking the rook on d5. And you can throw in just a check here. Rook to d4 check. Attacking the king and just driving it back. King to e3, for example. And then rook to d5, we might find that this is where the repetition comes from, guys. Yeah. Mark Allwood, if he walks the king out after trading queens, he could, in theory, make a queen. I'm not sure those are the rules, but maybe. So just to show why this might be a good opportunity to make a draw for both players, there's not a whole lot going on. Can throw in a check. The king's just going to move back to e3. The rook moves back to d5. King comes forward, and we might just see this kind of repetition leading to a wrap for today. Honestly, I really don't see much point in playing on from here. For either player. It's Friday, you know, you're in Singapore. You can go head out and relax, take it easy. There's this famous story of Magnus Carlsen. In one of the World Chess Championships, he was playing a Russian player, Sergei Karyakin, and he lost one of the games in that World Chess Championship, and it devastated him. And he was really, really upset. He had put so much pressure on himself, and he knew that he was better than Karyakin, but he still lost. And that evening, he said that he went out and got completely wasted with his friends, and came back the next day and was able to turn it around. So knowing the personality of both of these guys, I doubt that we're going to see something like that, but you know, it's possible. That would make headlines. But I couldn't think of a less likely person to do that than Ding. And also, this game's not going to end in a win or a loss for either player, unless something incredible happens in the next 10-15 minutes. King e5. Yeah, King e5. Do you really want to play King e5? Ooh. Let's see. Yeah, you can actually. The engine's like, yeah, you can play King e5. It just feels weird. You're kind of... Look at the rook. The rook's controlling now all of the squares, and the king can no longer head back. Okay. I think in all likelihood that we're going to see repetition, threefold repetition. And I think we're going to see a draw. I'm sorry, Mark. But what I will do, Mark, is we can do a little bit of analysis of your game for fun and see if we can set that up if this is indeed a draw, because it'll be a bit of an early finish for us today. And while you're still awake. All right, folks. I think we're about to see it on the board. Is this going to be draw by threefold repetition? Mark says, oh well, cannot win them all. Analysis would be super cool. All right, they shake hands. That is it. We have a result for game 4. It is a draw. Yeah, so after the position repeats itself 3 times, the game is automatically drawn. I think you do have to call an arbiter in some instances if your opponent hasn't noticed, but yeah, you have to claim a draw. And both players absolutely happy with the draw here. I think it makes a lot of sense considering the dynamic. Ding just lost the previous game, and Gukesh with the black piece is probably also happy to accept a draw in this position. And yeah, I mean, in many ways, quite an exciting game. Just in terms of the possibilities that we explored and the lines that we discussed. But I think probably at this point, it was around the 18th, 19th move, it started looking like there wasn't a whole lot to play for. And I feel like these last 15, 16, 17 moves were maybe not the most exciting. But the opening was interesting. I think we learned a lot out of this one. And yeah, it has been a draw by threefold repetition. Can't they offer a draw? No, I mean offer a draw in front without repetition. Yes, I think they can. I think they can do that, but repetition is kind of almost another way of doing that. That doesn't require one of them sort of suggesting it. Usually once you see these kind of repetitive positions, the players have both, in a way, accepted the fact that it's going to be a draw. Oh, Barbagle says, no, not until move 41. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, so this is the explanation of why we needed to get past move 40. Is this that you can't accept a... Is it a draw by threefold repetition or just accepting a draw full stop? Maybe you can tell me that. But regardless, we do have a draw on the board. And right now, the scores are 2 each for each player out of 4 games. Both players have $200,000 US in cash. Member potential. Great to see you. See you tomorrow. If you're going to stick around, we are going to do a little bit of analysis for Mark. It is his birthday today, so I thought it would be a fun thing to do just to wrap things up. We're going to go through one of his blitz games or a rapid game and yeah, do a little bit of analysis and see if we can find anything exciting. But great to have you guys joining us. More than welcome to stick around, but otherwise I will be live streaming tomorrow, same time, same place. And yeah, have a good Friday wherever you are in the world. So I think what I can do is let's use this and I will pull up your game and we can take a look. Marks alternate. All right, let's throw this into the browser and see if it spits something exciting out. Okay, I just have to position things a little bit better. Let's try do this properly. I'll get rid of the advertising as well, just so that we can see a little bit better. Apologies. All right, so Mark, if I'm not mistaken, you are playing with the white pieces in this game. We'll get your username up there. Hope you don't mind me showing your username. Hopefully you don't get like spammed by people. And yeah, I will quickly say, just to wrap up the stream, I finally received the first sample of my clothes under promote. If you are interested in this kind of style, you can check it out in my store. But we will get rid of that for the time being, just so that's a little bit easier to look at. Guess we can probably pull up the game analysis as well. That might be beneficial to everyone watching. All right, let's kick things off. So it's Mark to play with the white pieces. He starts off with 1e4. You have kind of like an Italian, and yeah, the first mistake here, I kind of want to almost get rid of the game review just so that I can see the engine, which is a little bit easier to follow. Yeah, let's do this. All right, so Mark's opponent from India plays knight to f6, and the first thing I'll notice here is that this pawn is hanging, and you should be noticing that because often in these types of Italian setups, you're threatening this fried liver, I think it's a fried liver line, where you're putting pressure on f7. Obviously, a more natural move would be knight to g5, but you can basically set up the same threat by capturing the pawn, which he does. We have d5 takes, and the bishop retreats. Okay, so here, so far, white's playing great. You've captured the free pawn in the center, and yeah, we've got a material advantage out of the opening. That's good stuff. Okay, so now queen to e7, and the idea is obviously that there's a lot of pressure over here. I think my first instinct would actually be to castle and sacrifice this knight. So I'm not sure if you did that. You did. Very good. And the threat here is if queen takes, you can play rook f to e1, pinning the queen to the king, but you can follow up with this move and protecting, but now d3, attacking is probably what I would have done. It's not the best move. What's better? d4 is even better. Oh, wow. Okay, I wouldn't have found that. But yeah, so usually in a situation like that, if there's a piece that's pinned and you can attack it with a pawn, you should definitely do that. Let's see what happened in the game. Okay, we had bishop to e6, threw in a check, defending, blocking the check by playing knight to d7. All right, sorry, I should be reading some of your comments. But nobody knows how to deal with it at my elo. That was the plan, to push the pawn. Got it. Okay, cool. That's good thinking. And well spotted, by the way, because that is not necessarily an idea that I would expect from someone who's like below 1,000. So well spotted. Okay, yeah, we throw in a check, blocks, takes. Okay, so I think one of the things here is that's worth noting, and this is why taking I would not take here, is there's a lot of tension, right? You're pinning the king, and this knight is essentially frozen. So capturing releases some of that tension. If, for example, you always have the opportunity to take later on. I guess the idea would be takes, and maybe takes trying to clear room so that you can set up rook to e1. Maybe that was what you were thinking, but you can quite easily defend that from black's perspective. And giving up your light square bishop, which is quite strong right now, is not quite the way to go. But if that's what you were thinking, then yeah, it seems that that was the line that you were thinking. Okay, fair enough. Bishop to e7. d4 would have played that, definitely. Castles, developing, all good. And here we have, okay, queen to f5. Bishop takes f6, queen takes. And now the whole point is that the pawn is hanging at the end of the line. Yeah. So this is a very simple tactic where you're just removing the defender. And a knight, of course, can only do the job of a knight. A queen can't do the job. So after you take, queen takes. Let's hope that you capture that pawn. Very good. All right, now the queen jumps to h4, threatening to throw in a check. It's not quite mate because the king can kind of wangle its way out for the time being, but it's an unnecessary risk. So g3 makes sense. Yeah, we play g3. Very good. Okay, yeah, that's fine. h4 is good. All right, so I kind of get where you're going with this, but the problem is that you're trying to drive the bishop away from this diagonal, right? Because you'd love to be able to throw in this fork. c5 doesn't really do that because the bishop will take the free pawn at the end of the line and still be guarding on e7. And you're essentially just giving up a pawn for no reason. So that's probably not the best move. But for example, if you're able to detract the bishop from defending the square, then it would work great. Oh, Kanish just arrived. I'm so sorry, Kanish. We have finished today's stream. I'm doing a little bit of analysis for Mark, but you're more than welcome to rewind a little bit and catch the end of the game. Those of you guys who are joining a little bit late, you can do that as well. And just to wrap things up, I'm doing a bit of analysis for one of the viewers. So that's what's going on right now. Okay, let's continue. Takes, bishop takes, and now rook to c1 is a fatal error. Okay, and immediately I can see why. The threat here, which is an overwhelming threat, is the fact that this bishop right now is eyeballing the king on g1. And as such, the f2 pawn is completely frozen, which means that queen takes g3 is possible. This idea, tactically, is one of the ideas that I see most often missed by people who are like basically below like 1200. It's very, very easy to miss this and say, well, the pawn's being defended. But that basically is the main problem with this move. Fortunately, your opponent misses it. And yeah, the threat here, I think I see where this is going, which is quite a pretty little combination. Let's see if you find it. Yeah, rook takes on c5, and your opponent notices it as well, which is pretty cool. Courage, is that you? Oh, it's you. Sorry, Dad. I'm just wrapping things up. I'm almost done. You can come on in if you want. Sure. Yeah, so rook takes, the idea being is that if you capture back with the rook, now the queen, it's like a big family fork, which is a train wreck. So yeah, do you need the ladder? Okay, I'm almost done. I'll be like a little bit longer. Okay, so he doesn't kind of fall into that trap. Queen to a6, rook takes, and now you can still throw in the same move to similar effect, except this time you're forking the king and the rook. Very cool. Very, very cool. Takes, and now you're up a rook. And wow, nice killer instincts in the endgame. Very good. Trapping the queen, forking the king and the queen. Love it. Very cool. Hopefully your opponent resigned. No, they didn't. Bit of a grind, but we do get the mate. That is so cool. That's a great game, Mark. Really, really nice. Fun to see that you spotted a lot of these tactics. And basically the only takeaway, just be careful when pushing pawns, even when you're in a one position like this. You're doing great, but in terms of material, you are only up 2 pawns worth of material. So giving up one of those pawns is a little bit unnecessary. I would say if you still want to play this, you can even set it up by playing a move. Like there's some risks here, actually, inherent risks in this position, because I wonder actually here if you're giving up your advantage. No, you're not. I was thinking maybe you capture on g3 and after takes, there's some kind of threefold repetition, but not. For example, takes, queen takes. Ooh, this is dicey. This is dicey. This is actually very close to a draw. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on that, but my idea was playing b4 to set up, preparing this pawn push, which I think might have benefited you. And if, for example, here you played b4, and let's just do a nothing move. Let's do something like this. And now you get to make this pawn push. Suddenly the bishop can no longer stay on this diagonal. It can no longer keep an eye on the e7 square. And then you can finally set up your knight fork. So yeah, that's my 2 cents for your game. But otherwise, really love it. Played very well. And guys, I'm going to wrap things up. My dad needs to try and sort out the internet. Thanks so much for watching. I will see you guys all tomorrow. Have a great morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.